someone like to make a motion to reconvene?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion that we reconvene.
Motion is second.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, we have returned to live session. Welcome again to everyone, staff, council, citizens, guests. Happy to have you all here. I think I will add a reintroduction of everyone because we have a lot of staff members here now that we didn't have previous. So, Mr. Whitaker, I'll ask you if you'll start, and we'll just go down. We'll jump up to Sarah and come around the table.
All right, I'm Scott Whitaker. I'm the town manager.
Sarah Tibbetts, town clerk. Cheryl Gorey, events coordinator, manager's assistant.
Jeff Ford, Parks and Rec Director.
Dee Hall, finance officer.
John Hamilton, Town Council.
Keith Clay, Town Council.
Tim Sessoms.
Lynn Williams Devaney.
Janelle Robinson.
John Doggett.
Brad Rents, Planning Manager.
Great. And I'm going to ask our manager, if he will, to introduce our leader for this first session.
Thank you. We're really glad to have Tom Carruthers here this Saturday morning to talk to us about the roles and council manager form of government. That was a request by council, and I'll just let you introduce yourself a little bit more and tell them where you're from with the league and a little bit of your past.
Thanks. Would you like me to sit here and talk, or would you like me to stand at the
You
podium?
can use that
I would
podium.
say you can sit
Or
there,
sit.
you can sit here, you can sit up here at the table if you prefer. Whatever's most comfortable for you. I mean, we're all at home here. We do need to speak loud because we have a camera over there just picking us up. So,
No, absolutely.
but yeah, if you're
I'm
more
invited
comfortable,
to
sit
stay,
down.
I'll say yes.
Absolutely.
All right. So, good morning. That was great. Scott contacted me a couple of weeks ago. I'm with the League of Municipalities. I'm also a lifetime resident of the city of Greensboro, as were my parents and my wife as well, and we're Broomsley graduates, and we're invested in the community of Guilford County. We're proud of where we're from. I was with the city of Greensboro for 10 years and spent 4 years as the city attorney of Greensboro. I spent 4 years almost as deputy general counsel with the League of Municipalities. The league is owned by the 550 cities of North Carolina, cities, towns, and villages. We've been in existence since 1908. We insure over the majority of the smaller towns. When I mean smaller towns, 10,000 and below, which are, I think, 75% of the communities, incorporated communities of our state. We also are a lobbying organization. We're an educational organization. We try to remain neutral. What you'll hear me say or what you'll hear other people say at the league is we can tell you what the law is, but we can't tell you whether to go left or right because we're not ethically competent to be your lawyer. And you are statutorily required to have a lawyer. I know you've got a good lawyer. He is the person who is statutorily authorized to provide legal advice to your community. I'm actually just finished 2 days in Rocky Mount in Essentials for Municipal Government. It's a joint venture of the School of Government and the League, where almost everything, which gives a sort of an intensive overview of municipal law that is relevant to elected boards. So a lot of what I'm going to just highlight today, there is more in-depth education that is available. They're going to hold...
Could I ask you to be a little bit louder because I think we're streaming and I'd like everyone to hear all the wonderful advice that you give.
You're fine.
Thank you. If I have a microphone, perhaps I can be louder. If you want me to stand up and yell, I will, but I'm not sure you'll be comfortable with that. They are meeting, the Essentials are meeting again in Asheville in 2 weeks, and there's a hybrid meeting in Chapel Hill that is online. If anybody wanted to participate in that, I'd recommend it. Because the problems that this community faces are similar to problems that are being faced all over the state. And the solutions that the various elected boards work through and struggle with are very similar. And there is some advantage in seeing how other people are approaching these issues. What Scott asked me to talk about today is the manager council form of government. So I've got a slide deck, and one of the, you mentioned, Mayor, that I was the leader. I'm not the leader, I'm just the lawyer. I'm not, a lawyer here to facilitate discussion. So I'm content to talk for an hour, but I would much rather have a dialogue for an hour. And I think it would be more meaningful to the board if we go forward in that way. But let's begin, Scott, and then as you all have questions that come up, because what I'm trying to do is give, one, what the statutory authority of the manager is, and then two, how that fits together in the larger picture of the governance of a municipality. That's my goal today. So that's why the question is, what is the role of the city manager? Well, try to decide if I need reading glasses or not. So let's just see if we can how I can see here.
Are these slides available online if we wanted to follow them?
Yes, I've given,
I can give you that afterward.
and Scott's even got it, the slides with my comments as well. You'll notice some of the comments may not specifically logically flow because this is really an amalgamation of several different slide decks that have been used at the Essentials for Municipal Government, some from the School of Government and some from the League of Municipalities. But essentially, half the cities in the state are council manager forms of government. They tend to be the larger communities. They tend to be the communities that are not just struggling financially because, and we all have to be aware that 85 out of the 100 counties in North Carolina are static or decreasing in population. The rural areas of our state are not growing. The municipal areas are growing, and it is causing a lot of financial pressure in smaller communities. I know that that's not an issue with this community, but over 20% of the towns in North Carolina are unable to complete their audits right now and are out of compliance with state law that I'll talk about in a little bit. We've had 2 communities' charters removed from the General Assembly and no longer exist other than our crossroads in their counties because of their inability to meet their financial obligations and demonstrate that they have been using the taxpayers' money in an appropriate way. So there's challenges facing our state, even though we are one of the 5 fastest growing states in the nation. And these problems are not going to go away anytime soon. But the council manager form of government tends to be the communities that still have the resources, and we're the 3rd largest county in the state, and we are growing. We're not growing the same as Wake County or Mecklenburg County or Durham County, or down in Wilmington, but we are growing, and that is increasing the tax base for this community, and it is raising property values, and those are the things that allow communities more flexibility to address the challenges and chart the course that they deem appropriate as an elected body. So let's take another slide. Well, that's interesting.
Just a second, sorry.
All right.
Here we go.
All right. So, you have selected a professional manager. And he has statutory authority. And I'm going to go over that on the next slide. But y'all know what Scott's duties are. And I actually have not taken the time to read the official job descriptions as published for him. But they're very similar throughout the state. And he oversees the city. He has hiring and firing. And one of the unique things is that elected officials are not permitted to be employees of the town if you're a manager-council form of government. That's what the law says. That's one of the unique things about council-manager forms of government. Next slide here. So, the statutes list 9 specific authorities of the manager. Really 6 of them are pretty relevant. Authority to hire and fire. The authority to direct and supervise the administration of the departments of the city. The responsibility to attend all meetings and recommend measures he deems expedient to the board. To see that the laws of the state and the ordinances of the city and the charter of the city are enforced. Prepare and submit the annual budget. And annually submit to the council a complete report on the finances of your community. And make any other reports you tell him to do. And then he has to have educational requirements. Before I start, and this is something I think y'all are well aware of, given a bill that may be pending in the General Assembly that may cross over. We know that the legislature of North Carolina operates in what is called a biennium, a 2-year cycle. There's the long session and the short session. The budget is generally structured in this 2-year format. We just completed the long session, and pursuant to the rules of the General Assembly, any bill that has passed either the House or the Senate is eligible to be considered in the short session and either adopted or defeated pursuant to the rules of the wills of the majority of the General Assembly. What a term we use at the League and at the School of Government is municipalities are creatures of the state. That means your charter, which I've reviewed, Scott sent it to me, the original bill itself was introduced as legislation in the General Assembly, passed by both chambers, and made law. And the reason Summerfield exists as a municipality under the laws of North Carolina was because of the vote of the General Assembly. The General Assembly will always control the ultimate fate of every community. All laws that are adopted by every community, every municipality, are enabled by legislation passed by the General Assembly. This is sort of interesting to me. This is a little bit of a history matter. We just finished the 100-year anniversary in North Carolina of the power to zone. In 1912, Winston-Salem was the first community in the state that passed a zoning ordinance. The town was immediately sued, and the North Carolina Supreme Court struck down the zoning because the town had not been enabled by the General Assembly, and then the Supreme Court also found that the General Assembly had not been enabled by the North Carolina Constitution to control and regulate the uses of property in a community. Ultimately, the Constitution was amended in 1916, and in 1922, the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, under its chairman Herbert Hoover, passed uniform guidelines for zoning across the country. The General Assembly passed a statute to allow it, and when you look at how zoning is structured today in this state, it relates back almost perfectly to the original authorities passed by the General Assembly that were adopted pursuant to recommendations of the United States Chamber of Commerce that found in its findings that zoning offered the best balance for the rights of a property owner versus the needs of a community inside urban areas where populations tend to be more dense than in the rural areas of the state. But what I'm trying to drive home here a little bit is all authority of the community. And I'm not talking about moral authority. I'm talking about legislative authority. your police authority, police power, which is not having to do with law enforcement. It is a phrase that is used to pass any regulation for the health, morals, and safeties of your community. It is entirely dependent on what the laws are of the state. So let's go to the next. And one of the laws of the state is the powers and duties of the community. So your manager has a power to appoint, suspend, or remove all city employees. Right now, across the state, it is really hard to find qualified employees. It has gotten very competitive. Cherish your clerk, your manager, your planning person. There are other places they can go. So it is the responsibility of your manager to oversee the recruitment of employees and the management of employees and the discipline of employees, and if necessary, the firing of employees. Because we know that every person who will ever work in this community will eventually retire or pass away or be terminated. These are realities. Yes.
We're going to vote today on the possibility of retaining a lobbyist. And so under that, should we be able to do that as the town, or is the manager supposed to do that?
A lobbyist is not an employee. It's a service contract with the town. Just like your attorney is a service contract with the town. It's not a full-time employee. And so it's typical. So that falls under the resolution passed in open session, adopting a contract subject to the Physical Control Act, pre-audited by your finance director, signed, in authority, and that pre-audit, which means that it was appropriately and legally passed, and there's money in the budget. And if there's not either of those two things, that finance director has violated the law by signing, could be her or his bond, which is only in the amount of $50,000, backs up that authority. Yes?
Finance officer bonds were increased to a percentage of the budget this past year. Mine
Thank
is
you so
now
much.
300,000.
All right. Well, congratulations. Because if
Up
you...
until then, it was 50,000.
50,000. And as you're aware, if that bond pays, you can be held personally liable. How many other people in this room are personally liable for the legal execution of the duties of the city? All right? There's ramifications here. All right, let's go on a little further. Let's go on again. Oh, well, appeals for a second. Even after you fire someone, they have a right to appeal that. And even if they lose that appeal, they may have a right of a name clearing hearing. All of which and we're going to talk a little bit more about the consequences without following the legal steps. But the manager shall also supervise, subject to the general control of the board. And go on to the next slide. There's the statutory general control. But what this is talking about is pay classification systems. Every community should have an accurate job description of every employee with a salary range of every employee and how they will be supervised. Because the rights of employees are pretty intricate and well developed under the laws of the United States since World War II. And without a pay classification system that is updated, if you've got one from 15 years ago, it's time to update it again. You may not have to do it every 5 years, but you probably want to do it between every 5 and 10 years. Because even if you raise salaries for the new people you're hiring so you can get them in the door, you may be violating the rights of the people that you've hired before them. And what happens if you don't follow your pay classification plans, or your one is so out of date that it is no longer really enforceable? Next slide.
How often should you update this? Is it like a 5-year thing or?
Some do 5, some wait 10. You know, it is better at 5. You know, it's, you know, there's no statute that says it has to be 5. It is when it is appropriate, and as a guideline, between 5 and 10 years is what is expected. There's an entire body of law that can make communities lobby. Okay, let's first, we know that under the U.S. Constitution, it's illegal to discriminate for, you know, the national origin, religion, race, sex. The body of case law has developed other ones, age, you know, but those are cases that without an accurate pay classification plan so that you win and appeals and discipline, people can allege that they weren't terminated for failure to perform their job, they're being terminated for an unconstitutional purpose. So you got to get it right on the front end, or you pay more lawyers and potential verdicts on the back end. Next slide. One thing we see that communities get wrong, not intentionally, is if you've got hourly employees and they're making over $35,600 a year, and that may have been raised as well a little bit, but then they're no longer deemed hourly employees. They are, you know, now they are exempt employees. And a lot of times, if you're an exempt employee, doesn't have to be paid overtime. But if you've got an employee making $32,000 a year doing your public works, and they're working over 40 hours a week, and you're not paying them overtime of 1.5, you're violating their rights as an American. And that leads to potential lawsuits and liability. But these are things that are the legal responsibilities of a community, and these are the things that managers and the people below the manager have to be aware of and do and take care of week in, week out in the community. Next slide. You can't fire somebody for them telling you what you're doing wrong. You know, it's called retaliation. Someone has a sick mom, they have rights to take time off. And here's an interesting thing, breach of contract. You have personnel policies in this community. Were they adopted by resolution? Now, therefore, be it resolved? Or were they adopted by ordinance? Now, therefore, be it ordained? If it is ordained, then your employees also have a right to sue you for breach of contract. Happens all the time. But it's something that your professional staff is aware of. Next slide. All right, attend the meetings and recommend measures that he deems expedient. You know, if you wonder, why is he bothering me? Maybe he has a legal duty to do so. Go ahead, please. Next slide. All right. We understand what quorum is. If one person of this board shows up at the next meeting, they don't get to be king for the day, pass every ordinance they ever wanted to do, and solve all the problems of the community. Because the law has said, since before the founding of our country, because this form of government is really based on the boroughs and villages of England, that you have to have a sufficient number of elected people present before you have authority to act. Because every member of this board has limited authority. You have a 5-person board, I believe, 4-year terms. Mayor, you're elected a 2-year term. You vote in when a tie occurs. In a 5-person board, that's probably fairly rare. But that's how the state, most of the towns in the state are structured. So you have to figure out the quorum. You take the 5-member board, you have the mayor. The half of that is 3. It's more than half. So you have to have 4 persons. It can be 4 council persons, or it can be 3 council persons and the mayor, and the quorum is formed, and the legal authority to begin and take action under the law exists. Next slide. All right. The role of the mayor, the presiding officer. You have adopted parliamentary rules of procedure. You may have adopted Robert's rules. Some people adopt the suggested rules from the School of Government, which are 99% the same as Robert's rules. They're just not in a book, you know, 1.5 inches thick, because Robert's rules is meant for large organizations like the U.S. Congress. What's interesting to me, the first parliamentary rules of the United States were published by Thomas Jefferson. And he actually modified them from the British Parliament, and they held sway for years. Robert's rules were adopted because it was a more simplified version of procedure than had existed before then. Maybe the largest difference between the suggested rules and Robert's rules are whether a second needs to be heard. Do y'all use seconds in your?
Yes.
Yeah. And it's an efficient way to go forward. Many argue because if someone says, makes a motion that is obviously not going to have any other support of the board, the motion, you know, having first requested opportunity to be heard and the presiding officer recognizing them, and the motion being made, if a second does not occur, the matter fails for lack of a second and it no longer has to be discussed. If there is a second, the matter is now ready for modification or debate. Each member will be given the right to speak as recognized by the presiding officer. If a member wants to amend the motion, then the motion is held in abeyance while the motion to amend is seconded, and then debate occurs on the motion to second. If there is then a motion to refer back to the planning board that has priority over the motion to amend, then that can be debated, or it could be postponed till next month. Finally, it can be, and if anybody ever says motion to end debate, you don't debate whether to vote to end the debate, you vote on whether you vote. And it takes 2/3 under Robert's rules to end the debate. And then the last thing, when it's 12:30 at night and everybody's upset and someone says motion to adjourn, you don't debate on whether to adjourn, because everybody's probably worn out and maybe less than at peace at that moment in their life, and you just have a straight up vote, and you continue or you don't continue. That's the presiding officer. May I continue?
Please.
All right. Next, let's see what's up here. All right, we can keep going. Public comment. By statute, every meeting, not every meeting, every once a month, when the board meets, the public comment shall be allowed. Now, if you don't meet once a month, you don't have to have a meeting just for public comment. And if you have 2 meetings a month, you only have to have public comment once a month. The statute does not say whether it's 5 minutes or an hour. Almost uniformly across the state, everybody provides 30 minutes. Do you allow a speaker to speak 3 minutes, 5 minutes, longer? That's up to the board.
And Tom, just to clarify that, I think I saw some puzzled looks on that.
What?
You're saying a maximum of 30-minute time period.
It's
Not a 30-minute per person.
Well, the reason I said it that way, and I'm sorry I don't want to, and thank you for the question, because I really am hoping for more questions. The statute is silent on length of time, but it says the board shall determine the maximum amount of public comment time. The board shall determine the maximum amount of speaker time per speaker. And generally across the state, a half hour is reserved for public comment. 3 to 5 minutes is reserved per person. But the board and the presiding officer also has, if you've got 10 people for and 10 people against whatever is the topic of the meeting, you can request that one of the 10 speak instead. And if they don't like your selection, you can request they choose their delegate to speak so that you can maximize input from the public on various topics. Because and the intent of that is that you are the elected. The public has chosen you in a representative democracy to make these decisions, so you are not controlled by the whims of the public for or against your positions. They don't have the right to run the meeting or take control of the meeting or disrupt the meeting. I don't know the particular rules in Summerfield, but a lot of times placards in the meeting are not allowed because they block the sight lines of other people who are in attendance of the meeting. So you'll see buttons instead, maybe a circle and the line through on landfill. And some boards don't permit clapping because it can be used as a term of disruption, and you'll see people doing this. I don't know if that is common in Summerfield, but that's the purpose behind that. And then finally, if you've got a person standing up at the podium who refuses to be quiet, has gone beyond their time, Mayor, you have the right to request that they sit down or lower their voice or obey the rules of decorum that your board has adopted. And if they refuse, then there's probable cause that they have violated the law of disruption of meetings, and a deputy sheriff can remove them from the chamber. Now, that would rarely happen, but the purpose behind that is the elected's control. And if they don't like the way you're controlling, they can run against you.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the past, we've had some really huge, long meetings, and we've had public hearings that have lasted a long time. And I understand public comment and public hearings are a little different, but if the board decided that there was a decision to limit the time, say to 2 hours instead of letting everyone have their 3 minutes that in the past has taken 5 hours, does that time limit need to be posted at the time that we post the meeting so that the public understands ahead of time, or is it okay for that just to come out when your agenda comes up? I think it needs to be the prior, that because we've always allowed everyone to have their 3 minutes, I think that's kind of set a precedence. And if there ever was a meeting in the future that the board decided to limit that time frame, then it should be announced earlier. I don't know if there's a law or reason, or what's your recommendation for that?
Well, again, whether it is 30 minutes or all the time it takes till dawn comes is up to the board,
Okay.
the majority of the board. And it can be decided at that meeting based on the number of people who have signed up right then. So here's the classic lawyer response. It depends. All right, it depends on what the board wants to do. But your hands are not tied. If you see that there is nothing to be gained by everybody venting their spleen, you have the rights to say we're going to limit, or we're going to limit comments to 30 minutes tonight. Or you could say we're going to limit comment to 30 minutes at this moment in the meeting, and after we have conducted all the business of the community, if you want to talk till dawn, we're going to let you. Because what some communities have found is people are very interested in talking at the front of the meeting, but they're really not so motivated at the end of the meeting. And here's another comment. Here's another thing we talk about it. You know, do you respond to the comments or not? You know, many boards allow each elected official at the end of the meeting to have 5 or 10 minutes to talk about what is important to that elected official relevant to the community. But we do not recommend that electeds take the bait. You know, it's classic. The person stands up, they're usually upset. They may be upset at one of you or all of you. They are strident. They may even be, angry. And if you then respond, you are immediately communicating in their method, at their level. They are controlling the dialogue. And you have no obligation to give your elected power away. You can simply say, well, we have a policy not to respond. The manager will be back in touch. Some communities say have, coffee hour with the mayor or with the electeds and have set times during the month where, any constituent can come and talk to folks to increase dialogue. But what I recommend and what the league recommends is to try to keep the governing process at a level above the sniping and shouting of community members who are deeply distressed about what may be occurring.
And Tom, before we go on, since you're open to questions, one of the things, I want to go back to quorum. One of the things I have always advised council members about is there's a difference between a quorum and an effective majority. So our quorum here is 4, and I've always warned about 3. So can you talk about that, please?
Yes, and this question comes because quorum is different than the requirements of the Open Meetings Law. And the Open Meetings Law says that the business of governing shall be conducted openly. That's the general law. And if you have an effective majority present deliberating the people's business, then the Open Meetings Law applies. So that's different than a quorum. So in this board, with mayor, you only vote in a time. 3 is an effective majority. And that makes sense. 3 members of this board can control. So it is perfectly okay to have private meetings of 2 members. You can even have member A and B meet, and then member A and C meet, and then member A and D meet private. Those are called small group meetings, entirely permissible under the laws of North Carolina. But if you have 3 in your meeting and you're deliberating, you're violating the law. If you have 3 at a Christmas party talking about how great your family is, you're not conducting business.
And just to extend that outside of a town meeting facility, that effective majority, what I have told council members in the past is, let's say 3 of you go to a restaurant in town and you sit down and you talk. There's certainly the perception there, and let's assume you talk about town business. Well, that effective majority, seen by citizen in attendance at the restaurant, can come back and carry a motion. It only takes 3 votes to make it happen. So it's a real public perception issue too.
It is. And if you violate the Open Meetings Law, your town can be sued, and the court can enjoin the passage of the matter and effectively require you to undo it because you violated the law.
I would think even rapid communications in succession by phone, going back and forth quickly, could conceivably have
That's
some.
what's going on.
Well, it is something you need to be aware of. You know, if you were having, and the law, there's not been case law on this, but this
That's what I'm
is,
saying, it's not happening yet, but I could see that being
Yeah.
a matter of contention at some point.
but what we clearly recommend is, you can't have a group text regarding town business. You know, if you've got, you know, you pull your phone out, you've got an effective majority on the, you know, the dialogue of the text, and you're all talking about how you're going to vote on the next zoning matter, you're deliberating the business of the community through an electronic means, and you're violating the open meetings law.
Or even emails quickly done back and forth with not a lot of time in between, such as to represent a conversation.
Emails with 3 people on them.
Yeah.
So Tom, the way we have dealt with this sometimes is, you know, there are obviously decisions that need to be made between meetings. You know, just, hey, I'm trying to get a consensus of A or B, and so I have sent emails to all of council and said, hey, I need your feedback on this. Maybe it's a contract detail that they might want to see in a contract. Need your feedback on this, but just let me know individually. I just want to know your thoughts on it. So similar to you coming into the office and talking to me, calling me one-on-one or whatever. And I always caution, you know, don't reply all. This doesn't need to be a group discussion or even a effective majority discussion.
That is a recommended best practice for managers. Your manager, and I mean, your manager is trying to determine the consensus of the body through individual conversations so that he can be more efficient in his labors on behalf of the community.
What about, like, if it's talking about how long, if we think there is going to be a meeting with a lot of public comments that could go on for hours and we're going to limit them, so the manager asks, do you want to limit them, respond individually, then everyone responds individually, but then the rest of the council doesn't know how other people responded. And then a decision is made, but we never know who wanted what.
Well, there's the tension, you know, but if your manager is the one who's going to determine how long the public comment is going to be at meetings, that is an effective way for the manager to determine the consensus. Here's the thing. The text messages are public records. The emails, we all know emails are public records, but text messages concerning town business are public records. And it doesn't matter if it's on your phone or on your personal computer or on a town computer. It is the content of the message, not the medium it is transmitted on. And if it is a public record, there is an obligation to preserve it in accordance with the North Carolina Archives Act.
So if we all respond individually, do we all ever get to know how everyone else responded?
You just ask. I mean, that's what a manager will do, is say, yeah, these were the responses that I got. From who?
So we have to ask for that.
Well, sometimes I offer it up.
But sometimes I think people, instead of responding, they just contact the manager directly and give their opinion just to the manager, and then the rest of us don't know how the other members responded.
Well, there's certainly no problem with the body deliberating publicly once they have the floor given to them by the presiding officer if they want to discuss the length of public comment publicly. It is just how the board chooses to operate and what is more efficient or less efficient. And so, but if you're asking, do these texts never see the light of day? Well, they should be preserved.
Well, they're emails.
Or emails, they're even
So
easier to preserve.
if we each, so I guess I have to ask.
Or you can request on a general basis to always be provided that information.
Even if someone doesn't respond via email and they decide to call with their opinion, we can still ask, hey, what was everyone's opinion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You know, your manager is here to serve the will of the body. So unless the body is violating the law, then the manager has a statutory duty not to follow the law. So we're a little ahead of the slides, but let's keep moving ahead unless you have other questions. All
What
right.
if someone doesn't reply? Do they have to respond?
No.
And then how do you know?
Except for the manager, I believe, he has a duty.
Well, yes, I'm talking about electeds. Yeah.
So if he asks for everyone's opinion on something, and some people don't respond, or if any of us ask for everyone's opinion on something, and everyone doesn't respond, they don't have to.
There's no obligation.
How do you get the consensus as to majority as to what you want to happen?
Well,
If not everybody responds, and we haven't given the order for the manager to make that decision for us in this particular issue.
it certainly makes it more difficult. And a comment, and I don't want to be flippant in my comments, but sometimes I try to use humor. If you didn't want to play the game, why'd you join the team? All right. Now, you said there's not a duty to respond, but there is a duty to vote. So let's talk about default yes for a second. And this is, the current 160A chapter that operates for most of the municipal law in North Carolina was recodified in 1971. And the default yes rule was present in 71. It was present earlier than that, but I haven't chased it down. And now under 160D, the law's been modified a little bit, and 160D is the regulation of development, the zoning and the historic stuff. But under 168, if the law says that it is so important for elected officials to vote, so you don't have to respond to the text, but you do have to respond when the vote occurs, when the mayor calls the vote. So let's just, if you do not respond, if you do not vote, and you've not been excused by council to leave the chamber, and you do not have a conflict of interest, and we're going to talk about conflicts of interest, your vote is recorded as a yes by the clerk. She has a legal obligation to record your silence as a yes. Now, the law has been changed a little bit under 160D now, which says you no longer, the default yes rule doesn't apply in zoning. Okay? But and you have the right to abstain. For the first time in the history of North Carolina on 160D votes, when the mayor says, how do you vote? You can say, I abstain. And the clerk writes down abstention. But, and we can go into, we can get pretty deep in the woods here, but what you're going to realize, though, is that when you're voting on ordinances, it is not the simple majority of those present and voting, a quorum being present, meaning that the majority of hands go up. It is, did the majority of people on the board, minus those with conflicts, pass the ordinance? So an abstention isn't a yes. So an abstention operates as a no. All right? Let's think about that for a second. 5 people to vote a zoning ordinance, I'm sorry. This isn't a resolution. This isn't a budget vote. This is an ordinance vote. Takes 3 of the 5 to pass the ordinance. 1 member is not present at the meeting. Still 3 people to pass the ordinance. 1 person abstains, or 1 person has a conflict of interest. Still 3 people necessary to pass the ordinance. The majority vote is 2-1. A majority of those voting on the ordinance say it should pass. The matter fails. Because it wasn't 3 yeses. If it had been a resolution, whether to adopt the contract for the lobbyist, then a 2-1 vote would pass it. But also, in that resolution, you don't have a right to abstain. And the default yes rule would apply. And therefore, the clerk would record you as yes, and it would be 3-1. These are things your manager and your clerk think about while you are conducting the meetings. These are things your attorney think about while you're conducting these meetings. And it is their legal obligations.
If it's during a meeting and we don't hear how someone votes, can we ask?
Absolutely.
And should they answer?
The clerk will answer.
What if the clerk didn't hear?
Then the presiding officer is going to ask the member what their vote was.
So can the member say, you can wait for the video to come out and watch the video to see how I voted?
No, because the presiding officer has got an obligation to call the yeas and nays and determine who has authority, what has passed and what has failed. And if it is inaudible, that is not a vote. And if it's a 160A vote, it's a yes. If it's a 160D vote, it could be an abstention. That's a little bit gray, but really the answer is the presiding officer's obligation is to determine what the vote is when the vote occurs.
And so maybe if you want to know if it was a yes or no, then you ask the mayor, did they vote yes or no? Because you're saying the presiding officer, which is the mayor, should know how everyone voted.
I'm saying that it is the obligation of each elected official to vote.
Right, but if we don't hear how everyone votes, and so
Then they need to restate how they vote. You don't get to say, well, yay or nay. I mean, that's not a vote. That may be a sneeze.
So we would start by asking the clerk, could you let us know who voted which way?
Yes.
And if the clerk says, I don't know, I didn't hear,
Yes.
then what?
I probably would have already asked you. I would have been like, what?
Yeah.
Usually. If I can't hear, I'm like, what'd you say?
And
But that happened once.
And it's the presiding officer's
And
role to say, I hear 3 yays or 3 yeses and 2 noes. Or I've heard 2 yeses, I've heard 2 noes. Councilman B, how'd you vote?
So then next time I need to ask the mayor, how did that person vote, rather than the person?
You should, yes.
Okay.
Because really, and some boards are very formal, some boards are very informal. But the rules of parliamentary procedure say you don't talk till the mayor gives you the floor. That's what Robert's rules say. And what is the purpose of parliamentary procedure? It is so that every member has a right to be heard on every motion. It's a foundation of democracy. So that people who talk too much, which would never happen on this board, don't have a right to silence others in their vote. Thank you for questions. It goes much easier that way. So for me, Scott.
Are you aware, are there types of votes that require a second reading at meetings beyond, like the only one that I'm aware of that fits our limited services government is trash and recycling contract. So when we approve that, we do it 1 month of a first reading, next month, next meeting a second reading. Are there other examples of first and second reading requirements for municipalities?
A trash collection vote is a franchise vote. Who you're giving the franchise the exclusive right to perform the business service for the community. And you are exactly correct. Franchise votes have to have 2 votes, 2 yeses or on successive meetings in order to be adopted. Any ordinance you pass under 160A, not zoning ordinances like under 160D or historic ordinances, have to have a 2/3 majority on the first vote. And if they don't get a 2/3 majority on the first vote, it's automatically continued to the next meeting, and then a majority vote. So it's called the 2/3 rule. And so under ordinances under 160A, you may be subject to a second vote because of that 2/3 majority. And then finally, just adopted by the legislature, any ordinance that creates a criminal penalty Some communities say that if you violate your zoning and continue to pile those used tires in the front yard because you think that's aesthetic, that you're committing a misdemeanor. But anytime you pass an ordinance that creates a criminal penalty, it has to have 2 votes on successive meetings. Recent legislation. Okay, I think we've hit on that for a little bit, so let's move on down. We've talked about that. Let's go on. All right. So we've just talked about it is your obligation. It's your obligation to vote. But sometimes you can't under the law. And this is just the simple equation, though it's a little complex how it plays out. Sometimes the law has already determined that your personal interest is too great, and therefore you're not allowed to vote in the public interest. And they're called conflicts of interest. There are 6 of them. So let's jump into those if you want me to. Can you vote? And let's keep hitting it so we can see it all. These School of Government slides, there we go. Okay. We're talking about zoning ordinances again, or development ordinances of any type, anything under 160D. The first conflict is direct, substantial, readily identifiable financial interest. Okay? Now, that does not mean that if you live in the subdivision, and I'm not sure if Oak Ridge has subdivisions, but I'm sorry, Summerfield, but just because you live in an area doesn't mean you have a direct, substantial, and readily identifiable. That's a pretty high standard when you're thinking about that, to not vote. But you clearly can't vote to rezone your own property. That's direct, substantial, and readily identifiable. Now, the case law has not filled in all the nuances there, because this law was adopted in 2019 and 2020 when 160D was put in and you revised your zoning ordinance. And if you hadn't revised your zoning ordinance, you've lost the ability to rezone now. But you follow the law because you have professional staff. You cannot vote. And if you are with a close familial business or associational relationship, wow, now this is driving people crazy. What is a close business relationship? Well, you can't revote for your business partner's rezoning. Clearly. Some communities have run afoul where you can't, an elected official is an employee of a corporation that is seeking rezoning. That's going to be a close business relationship. Familial relationship, it's everyone. I don't have the exact, but it's, spouse, brother, sister, parents, children, in-laws, half-laws, step relations. Anything that you call a cousin in the South is a familial relationship that you can't vote on their property rezoned. Associational relationship, again, undefined, but it's going to need to be substantial. In the arguments we talk about publicly on this, what about your minister's rezoning of their house? In some faith communities, that would not be a close associational relationship. But in some, that would be a very close associational relationship. So the members themselves have to make these determinations. So what does the law talk about? How are you recused from voting if you believe you have a conflict of interest? Because there's 2 ways, because there's 2 chapters. There's 160A and there's 160D. And again, they're 99% the same, but they're slightly different. So these 2 conflicts of interest under 160D, if a conflict is alleged or the member is worried that, you can self-allege, then the member has a duty to affirmatively state, do they have a conflict or not? And if they feel they have a conflict, the matter is over. They can recuse themselves. Many boards then vote to just uphold it, because that's what you do under 160A typically. But under 160D on a zoning matter, if you say, I have a conflict, it's done. If you say, I do not have a conflict, and the board disagrees with you, there can be a motion to overturn, and you can be voted out with your conflict.
Do you
That's under
think,
160D?
160D.
do you think it's a conflict with large properties if someone is next to the property?
Again, you're moving into the close areas. Is that direct, substantial, and readily identifiable? We're not talking about family or business or associational. Somebody asked me, can I vote on my golf partner's rezoning? And I said, well, we all know golf partners secretly resent each other, so I don't think it's too close. And you brought this up to me as well. And I'm not going to specifically answer because I don't represent your town. You've hired an attorney whose ethical duty is to give you advice. And sometimes attorneys disagree. You don't have to follow the advice of your lawyer. It's an informed opinion, but it isn't a mandatory shall.
Can you explain where the planning board and one person says, I don't need to recuse myself, but the rest of the board is still, doesn't necessarily agree with that, then they can actually take a vote and determine whether or not that person should be recused.
In my opinion, that is the law, yes.
I don't know if I explained it very well.
And I think you were referencing the planning board, but I think, would you say that applies the same from council to the planning board?
I would. Now, the other question you had, and I'm still not going to answer, can a planning board member vote on a rezoning when they have land adjacent to the rezoning? That's a hot topic right now, and I'm not going to wade into the war because I came here as a neutral advisor. But remember, a planning board usually just makes recommendations to the elected body. So the analysis for conflicts is it's maybe similar in law, but you really want the recommendations. I could even understand a lawyer who says there's not conflicts because it's all recommendations. It's from lawyer to lawyer, from community to community is done slightly different because we don't mandate uniform behavior from our governments. They get to determine these things.
But we have the ability to create rules and procedures for the planning board that are more specific if we want to, as far as recusing or
Yes.
person conflicting out.
Yes. I mean, you can, in the question of whether or not an advisory opinion is subject to the state definitions of conflicts of interest under 160D, you can clarify through your procedures.
Yes.
You can't create a conflict of interest that would be different than state law. Does that answer the question?
I think so.
So, but again, remember, these are recommendations. I don't want anytime a board is worried about silencing recommendations rather than just voting on what the recommendation is. That's the simple way to do it. Just determine what you want to do. You're elected. That's what you're here for. It's your town. Develop your majorities, lobby each other, determine what you want to do.
I guess my point is to asking to make sure that I understood that is because if the board decides not to take a vote, that to have that person abstain or recuse themselves, then that is considered a yes, we're moving forward. That person is going to vote. End of story. stop talking about it. It's not a conflict of interest anymore. Because that board didn't vote for that person not to be able to vote, then that's parliamentary procedure that we go forward, and that's okay.
Well,
And we
boards-
did the right thing, and it's not, the citizens should understand that we have followed the law.
Does your attorney say that the planning board, because it makes only recommendations, is not subject to the conflict of interest? It's, and, or what is the planning board in the end just making recommendations?
And they serve at the pleasure
If
of.
they serve at the pleasure of the board, you can be removed. So,
Does the statute include non-elected officials, including zoning board, planning boards, and such?
I believe it does, okay? I haven't done a dive on that specifically, so y'all may be stumping the lawyer right now, and I could be wrong. And I'll defer to Scott or your attorney if he's given a deep dive on that.
I would just say our setup, Tom, is that planning board duties are clearly outlined in our development ordinance. Our development ordinance says that the planning board will have a code of ethics. That code of ethics mirrors the council's own code of ethics. So there's great alignment and clarity in what the planning board's duties are and what each board's code of ethics are.
Okay. And you can change it if you want. So you can modify it. Sorry I don't have all clear answers, but the nature of law is somewhat yes and no. All right, well, let's keep moving here, because this one is a good one. And let's fill that out again. There it is.
Okay.
Yep.
Can we back up a second?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so, there is another thing that was talked about, and everybody gets mad at me for bringing it up, but it's conflict of interest. And it has to do with familial, situations. And, this is not to attack anyone's character. This is not to attack anybody personally. It's to bring all of our policies so that our Board of Adjustments, our town council, our planning board, and everybody's on the same page. Everybody has the same set of code of ethics and conflict of interest. And how are there certain situations if you have a referral from a recommendation from the planning board that if there's family members involved, should one of those abstain based on what the topic might be? Or is it okay because it still is a recommendation and the board still has the ultimate vote? How does that work? I want to protect our citizens.
To shorten that quite a bit, I think we are interested in changing our rules for the planning board or other boards in general to not have any family members close family members on the boards that are directly related to people in the town council. So you don't have someone from a board giving a recommendation, from the planning board giving a recommendation directly to a council member. I don't think there's anything that would stop us from creating that rule.
Oh, okay, I think I understand what the question is. When we talk about the conflict of interest of familial relations, that means the person seeking rezoning.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. This is something
So I believe instead what I hear two members of the elected body asking is, can we adopt a policy regarding appearance of impropriety that says there should not be familial relations between subservient boards and the elected board? And the answer is the majority of this board determines what is appropriate in their community.
That's, yeah.
All right, so, now quasi judicial hearings. Variances. A variance is when, y'all know what a variance is. I mean, that's when the house is too close to the road, or the porch is going to violate a setback on a side lot. That's called a quasi-judicial question. I don't know if you have special use permits under your zoning ordinances, but special use permits are quasi-judicial. That's because the board has said this is a proper use under the zoning, provided that the applicant demonstrates maybe buffers have been enhanced, or that traffic is not being affected, or that property values will not be affected. But in quasi-judicial decisions, which are also appeals from zoning officer citations, then a higher standard is required of the elected body. And it's called quasi-judicial because it is applying the rights of due process. No individual shall be denied the rights of life, liberty, or property except by due process of law. And when you're sitting in a judicial role, you have a higher duty to be impartial. Now think about that. As a legislator, and that's what a council member is, 90% of the time, 99% of the time, you can make a campaign promise, and you can live up to your campaign promise. You can be partial. So if you run on the no landfill platform, and a property owner comes in and says, I want to rezone my property for a landfill, at the public hearing, at the end, you can literally say, I'm against all landfills. Everybody knows I'm against all landfills, and I'm not voting for this landfill. But if it is a special use permit, because the landfill has already been permitted under the zoning, provided certain boxes are checked, like buffer, then you have to determine, am I impartial? Because nobody wants to walk into a courtroom and have the judge say, I don't need to hear from the state, I don't need to hear from the defendant, I've made up my mind, you're guilty. That seems to rub us wrong. And you have to be impartial. So if you cannot limit your decision to the evidence being presented in the hearing, that is competent, substantial, and material, then you're violating the constitutional rights of the person. You can't have discussions outside of the chamber regarding this. And if you have had discussions outside the chamber in your small group of 2 people, you have to disclose them. It's called ex parte communication. Just means communications outside of the hearing room. And you can't have a financial benefit, and you can't have a close relationship. But it is a higher standard because you are now sitting as a member of the judiciary and not a member of the legislature. Just something to be aware of. Okay? Let's go one more slide. All right. I believe Summerfield is less than 20,000 in population. Okay. If you're over 20,000, you can't have a direct benefit contract. Meaning, if you're a lawyer and a partner in the law firm, they can't hire your law firm to represent the city. Or if you're a partner in a realty firm, you can't sell the property for the city. You can't receive a direct commission or direct income. But with towns below 20,000, you're allowed to have a direct benefit contract provided it doesn't exceed 60,000 in a rolling 12-month period. And again, it has to be done publicly, and the member who's receiving the benefit can't vote for it because of the personal financial interest. But these are things to be allowed. And specifically, though, the law says your spouse can still work for the city. That's already been determined not to be a conflict because it's so common that an elected and an employee may exist in the same town. So even though there's an employment contract and the board administers all contracts as a matter of law, even when the manager is the one who hires and fires, your spouse is allowed to have that direct benefit. Separate from that is the nonprofit. Who's a member of a nonprofit here on the board of a nonprofit? Used to be very common. Used to be absolutely recommended and desirable and encouraged for elected officials to sit on nonprofits. And nonprofits routinely had contracts with the municipality where they might have received funding from the nonprofit. But the law has now changed. If you're on that board or you're an officer for the board and the town is going to have a contract with the nonprofit, then the member who is on the board or an officer cannot vote. It cannot seek to influence other persons. Now, fortunately, there's an exception that if it is a local government created nonprofit or a county created nonprofit, you're okay. But it gets a little complex if you've got a volunteer fire department that is its own nonprofit that was formed without city or county impetus. And they're receiving funding because they respond to the emergency calls in your town, and one of your electeds is on the board of directors of that volunteer fire department. Or what if your elected is the chief, the fire chief? You know, then you've got to look at the documents of the nonprofit and determine, is that an officer? Probably is. You know, you may end up with a conflict of interest with those type of entities that you just have to be aware of. And you can't vote. And you can't seek to influence your other people. And then finally, this is the old first original conflict of interest. You can't have financial interest. Now, is that different than direct, substantial, readily identifiable with zoning? The law hasn't told us yet. But in general, and it just makes common sense, you're not supposed to have a financial interest in what you vote on. Now, that doesn't mean you can't vote on the zoning, you know, the overall zoning development ordinance, or, you know, I wish I knew the Summerfield property tax.
Yes.
All right, and if you own property in Summerfield, can you vote on the property tax rate? Yes, even though, is there a financial interest there? Yes, but it's not substantial enough because it's the same as everybody in the community. Or maybe it's similar to everybody in a substantial portion of the community. Time and time again, you know, downtown development districts with special tax rates, you know, people allege that a council member that owns a building in the downtown has a conflict of interest and can't vote on the special tax district. The law says no, it's not everybody in the community, but it's a substantial number of the community, and therefore it is not an improper financial need. And then finally, on your own conduct. So if this board determines that we're going to honor your mayor because he's had such stellar service in this community for so many years, and the motion is made, you should not vote on that because it's regarding your conduct. What you really see it on is if you're voting on whether you have a conflict of interest. You really shouldn't be voting. Let the other people vote because it's regarding your conflict. All right, let's see what's next. All right. And I've just realized I've got that misspelled. I apologize for that. But your finance director has a legal obligation to make sure the pre-audit certificate is passed and the money is spent in accordance with the law. Your manager has a complete obligation to see that the laws are passed. It's a big responsibility. Let's go in. What are we talking about here? I think we've already talked about these. If you'll do the next slide, please. So we've talked about open meetings. Let's go. We talked about quorum. simultaneous communication. Let's talk about that for a little bit. You know, during the state of emergency, it was possible to have online meetings. Never was legal before in North Carolina. But they used a unique term that there had to be, the public had to be able to see the simultaneous communication of all the membership. And that's an important concept because it applies to open meetings. So let's just say this board is in session. Open meeting laws apply. If you're texting to one other board member during that open meeting, you're violating the open meetings law because the public and your other elected body members are not allowed to see that communication simultaneously.
What if you ask a question? Like sometimes I'll lean over and ask the person next to me a question. Whether it's I didn't hear something or should I say this now? Should I ask about this? Are you allowed to like whisper at all?
Yes.
Okay. As long as you're not conducting business. If it's
Right,
just, yeah.
right. I mean, you know, we don't have to take this to the nth degree.
Okay.
But if you've got two factions and both factions just spend the entire meeting quarreling, you know, and talking privately and then voting, then the public is not present, and the record is not being made, and the electeds are not hearing. And think about this, and we're talking about rules of parliamentary procedure again. The foundation of democracy is it is done and open so that people that disagree with you and people that agree with you can hear what you're doing. If you're not on that schedule, you need to reevaluate what it means to be a member of an elected government in this country. All right, we all know you have to have public notice. You know, we know there have to be minutes. And it's, here's an interesting thing people sometimes get uncomfortable with. This meeting is being recorded right now. If this is being recorded, and that's perfectly okay. But if this was on behalf of the clerk, and the clerk was just using it to create the written minutes, then because it was a rough copy of the official clerk minutes, it would not have to be maintained. However, if it is just an independent recording of the board because it is the policy of the board, then it is part of the official record and it has to be maintained according to the archive laws of North Carolina. So, there's freedom and there's different ways to handle things in each community.
If this meeting wasn't going to be, let's say, Facebook Live, like it is, would I be allowed to go on Facebook Live and set up my phone and record it for Facebook Live on my personal account?
I think if she's posting it live and she's a member of an official body, everybody would have to have access to it, or they could say that she's got an angle or a view that not everyone does have access to, if it's live.
Because I really did consider that when we weren't recording this. I knew there were people who weren't going to be here but were concerned that it wasn't going to be recorded.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, well, I could use my phone and do it if that's allowed. Is it allowed?
I think I'm not sure. All right, I mean, because some of the things I'm worried about is the person who is recording has control over the content versus because they direct what is being recorded and is there that therefore and it's not an official recording. I don't think it is illegal to record. I think once you start posting, and I mean it gets very complex then. So I don't know. What I learned as a municipal attorney is if I don't know, I'm just going to say I don't know, because otherwise chaos results. So.
Okay, I have a question. This came up prior about meeting minutes and the time frame that they should be recorded, and then should they be at each of our monthly meetings. We have scheduled monthly meetings, so I know if a committee meeting was the night before our monthly meeting, that would be hard pressed to turn that around and get them official and for that next night. But if it was a week prior, then is it okay for us to say that we would like for those to be put in our packets so that we will have all of those and they would be posted on our website? Like, what's a normal time frame?
All right, here comes my classic legal response again, you know.
It's up to us.
Well, it depends. You know,
Should we just come out and say at the beginning of the year, what our want is as a board is X, Y, and Z, and this, so that we have everything that we need in our packets? Predetermine the time frame that.
perhaps you could say what your preference is,
Okay.
because do you want your clerk up at midnight?
No.
Well, sometimes it's not the clerk, it's the committee getting their meeting
Right,
minutes
right,
to the
but-
clerk.
Okay, that's fine, but that's what I'm saying, perhaps that's a preference. You know, if you're reviewing minutes from last year's meeting and voting to adopt, obviously,
That's a problem.
that's a problem. Does it have to be at the next meeting? No.
Okay.
That may be unrealistic given the time it takes to do this. So, you know, somewhere in the middle of that is a comfort level that everybody needs to develop.
Is there a suggested time frame? Not really. Or what, do you know, like, what majority of other municipalities, what their time turnaround is?
I actually do not.
Okay.
I know that it is common that it is not the next meeting,
Okay.
just because of the time it takes.
And then, I just want to add, I did email all the chairs of committees, I think I did boards too, and said, like, if we can get them by the next meeting, please get them to me sooner. If not, we understand, because some of them do fall that last week, and they all said, okay, we'll try. So.
Right, no, that's great.
All right,
Thank you.
let's keep moving forward here. All right, you all know the different types of meetings. If you're having a special meeting with 48 hours notice, you're supposed to state the purpose of the meeting. So, and then if you deviate from that, you're getting on thin ice, because you're supposed to give the public the reason you're having the meeting.
How detailed does that have to be?
3 words, 6 words, 12 words, I mean, whatever it takes to state the purpose. One interesting thing is, agendas aren't required under the law. But it is customary that even for regular meetings, the agenda is published early because it's good governance. And the same, but with special meetings and emergency meetings, it's required. And I heard the mayor resume the recess meeting. So this meeting was convened and had public notice. And then at the end, if you're not done with the public's business, then you can vote to reconvene at another time. And it's stated in the prior meeting, that's the public notice, and then you go for it.
Can I ask about the emergency meetings?
Mm-hmm.
Do all council members need to know what it's about, or only the majority of council members need to know what it's about?
Every member should be notified 6 hours prior to the meeting.
Notified of the meeting, but of the content of the meeting, what it's about.
Wow, I'd have to look at the statute briefly, which I did not bring. I think it's treated like a special meeting under the law, and therefore the purpose of the meeting is required. This is my memory.
The purpose of the meeting is required when we announce the meeting, or just?
I see
I'll give you a practical example of that. Last March 4th, we had a Saturday emergency meeting about this de-annexation threat in Summerfield. We were, of course, adhered to the 6-hour notice, and we put that notice out there, Facebook and what we needed to do with that, and letting council members know. We made sure everybody knew it was about the de-annexation topic.
Okay.
Now, did we have an agenda yet at that 6-hour point? I don't think we did, but we absolutely would let an emergency meeting council know what the purpose is.
But some council members didn't know what the meeting, Lynn and I had no idea what we were going to be what was going to be discussed.
other than, well, I mean, I think it sounds like from what Scott described, it meant the statutory needs. That doesn't mean that you know the intricacies of what's getting ready to occur.
So they were gonna pass, they brought forward resolutions. And Lynn and I didn't see the resolutions till we walked in the meeting, and the majority of council had been working, and staff had been working on these resolutions. We knew nothing about them until we walked in and were handed them. But the rest of council and staff knew about it.
As I don't see a legal issue.
So we don't all have to know what is gonna.
Well,
Again, not to get down in the weeds about that, but
I do wanna get into the weeds.
a
That's a big deal.
separate later emergency meeting. We had a meeting and properly noticed, but within the hour of the meeting taking place, we were sitting at this table with lobbyists talking about resolutions, and 10 minutes before the meeting, the resolutions were still being drafted. So we showed up at an emergency meeting with 3 brand new resolutions for the whole council, and that's how we proceeded, and that was within the
But it had been
parameters.
worked on all day.
regarding the annexation.
Right.
Or annexation,
Right.
I mean, so, the nature of emergency meetings means there's not sufficient time to give 48 hours notice. And it's obviously you're in a compressed time frame doing things in real time. That's the nature of an emergency. And agendas are not required by law. And so when I say I don't see a legal issue on that. I'm not saying that elected boards always agree with things that occur, but I don't see a legal issue with what you described.
Maybe a moral issue.
I'm going to let the board work within the board's nature, and everybody has a right to express their opinions. And so I'm going to not. I'm not going to go down that pathway.
So maybe that's part of planning of meetings, who plans them and who gets to, maybe it was the planning of the meeting. And if it doesn't have to have an agenda, then who gets to plan meetings? Who gets say in, do all council members get to know? Am I not describing it?
I'm not sure what you're asking quite yet.
The meeting was planned, steps were going to be taken, resolutions were going to be brought forward.
Did you feel like other folks knew more than you did going into it?
Oh, without a doubt, the majority of council knew it and was part of it.
Not majority, I was in the dark like you guys.
Okay, so some some of council.
Yeah, well, you keep lumping me in with everybody else, and a lot of this, I've been on the outside for a lot of both sides.
Okay.
So,
I take that back then, not a majority, some council members and some staff, but everyone was not included in the planning of the meeting.
The mayor pro tem can call a special meeting or emergency meeting by statute. Doesn't have to be a majority. That is rights given to your mayor and your mayor pro tem or any 2 council persons. And the clerk is required to give notice of 6 hours. And if it doesn't occur and one person were to object, then the meeting would have to be postponed until the notice meeting had been kept. But if everybody's there and ready to go, you can always go forward even for less.
So you and I can call a meeting, wait, how many people? 2 people can call a meeting. So Lynn and I can call a meeting and not tell anyone what it's about.
You give the topic.
And you don't have to tell anyone in council what it's about.
You have to give the topic.
Just the topic, we don't have to tell anything else.
That's what the law requires.
Okay. Got it.
All right, good. Closed sessions. All right. Sometimes it's in the public interest to meet privately. If you're engaged in a lawsuit and you're receiving advice from your attorney on the chances of you winning or losing, or if you're trying to resolve a lawsuit and you're going to give instructions to your attorney as to what your top dollar is, it is in the public's interest that that information be kept private. Those are, that's a clear example of what goes on, should happen in closed sessions. Here are the topics, the next meeting, and y'all are familiar with these. Personnel records. North Carolina is not a sunshine state regarding the rights of personnel. Your personnel file is private. The board can review personnel matters. They can specifically do it as well for their officials, like their manager and their attorney. Economic development. If you start negotiating with a corporation who wants incentives to come to your community, and those incentives involve a substantial increase in the tax base and substantial wages, which allows you to offer incentives, which weren't even considered constitutional until the 90s with the Moretti decision in Winston-Salem. Those can be discussed in closed session. And what you're going to find when you start working in partnership with the county and the state, they expect it and demand it, because a corporation will walk away. It's just the reality of what's going on right now. So there are times in closed sessions when you can, when you can meet. And a general account of the closed sessions must be kept. And those are public records, but they are public records that can be, must remain confidential to satisfy the purpose of the closed session. So with the economic incentive example, after you've gone into open session and voted to award the incentive, once you're ready, then the meetings of the previous 6 months discussing what is necessary and what's not would now be appropriately released. And it's interesting because the clerk keeps minutes, which is really of a meeting, which is really what happened. It's not a transcript. It is a general account, or it is the minutes, which is was it passed or not? Usually who voted. There's a little nuance in the law that you don't have to have an enumerated vote unless requested by an elected official, but every clerk throughout the state uniformly is taught list who voted how. But in a closed session, what if no action is taken? Do the minutes reflect anything? And so what the courts said, no, you have to have a general account so that a reasonable person will understand what occurred in the meeting. There is, but again, these are intended to be confidential until it will no longer defeat the purpose of the closed session. And the law's just changed on legal advice. It can remain confidential. I think indefinitely now.
That's what I was understanding.
Yeah, it just passed.
Used to be a matter of years, I think, right?
Yeah. That was what the General Assembly has decided. So that's an exception to the open meetings law. But it is still proper when done correctly. And you all know the procedure. You go into open session. The meeting is convened. Mr. Mayor, can I have the floor? That's the recommended practice. Not everybody does that. I move we go into closed session for the purposes of discussing economic incentives or for the purpose of legal advice. And if it involves litigation, you have to list what the parties in litigation are. If not, you just can say legal advice regarding claims involving the community. But you can't go into closed session just to deliberate. The joke we make, is you can't move to go into closed session to get your story straight. Sometimes you have to grapple publicly with these issues. And that's, again, where your professionals are invaluable. If you start getting a little too far afield and your manager is asking for some, a comment, more than likely he's got a purpose for it and he knows what's going on. Or your attorney. That's what you pay them for. And think about it. It's amazing to me now. I've got a law degree. But most of the young people in my field in local government law have a master's in professional administration and a law degree. The level of professionalism in this state has increased dramatically over the last generation. And if you compare where this state was at the end of World War II to where we are now, it's nothing short of phenomenal what has occurred. And a large part of it is through the efforts of the local governments. And that has been supported by the League and by the School of Government. And we're unique in the country. And if you want to know anything about municipal law, in 1 to 3 page articles, Coates Canons published by the School of Government, just type in Coates, S-O-G, and you'll get the website, and then you talk about closed sessions or meeting notice, just type it in like it's Google, and you will get a selection of articles, and you can read succinct, easy to understand things about almost every aspect of municipal law. All right, let's move forward again. We just talked about that. So, public records. We know this. We know this.
Can you go back one slide?
Please. You can have small group meetings. And deliberate, 2 of you, on your 5-person board with an effective majority of 3. Perfectly okay. But if it is a quasi-judicial hearing, you're going to have to disclose it at the hearing and state whether or not it prevents you from being impartial or you're violating law. And remember, we're all here because of our oath. We didn't take office because we were elected. Our election made us suited to take the oath. And you don't become a council member until you finish your oath. And we know what your oath is: to uphold the laws of the U.S. and state, and to faithfully perform your duties as an elected official. That's your obligation, legally and morally. All right, let's go again. Now we know that not all records are public. Criminal investigative records, and y'all don't have your own police force, I believe, so this is not something you deal with, but it's very interesting. They're not public records, but they can be released. So you can see the photo of the bank robber, but you can't mandate through a public records request to release the photo of the bank robber held in the police records. You don't have a right to see how much someone's water bill is, that individual. But again, you don't have your own system, so that's not something you worry about. You know, how much their trash collection bill is. And then, you know, what's confidential? We all know medical records, HIPAA records are, and you can't, you know, when you're releasing public records, a license or a social security number, if it's on that record, should be deleted. That's proper under the law of public records. And then go another slide, please. Personnel records. It's a crime to release personnel records. If you have a member during the public comment period stand at your podium and start lambasting one of your employees, perfectly okay. It may not be polite, but you can't control them just because they're talking about a personnel matter. But if you start engaging in conversation with them as their elected board and discussing personnel matters with them, you may be violating law. You know, the citizenry can petition the government for redress. They're allowed to say fire that person. You're not allowed to get in a conversation with them about why you think you agree or disagree. And this is important because these are the subjects of lawsuits. And a little nuance, you know, you're looking to hire a new city employee. People submit resumes. Routine that public records request. I want every resume for the job. No obligation to provide through a close reading of the personnel statute. But you know, that's a common topic of what should be done and not should be done. And you don't have to create a record that doesn't exist. So there is no record subject to your inquiry.
Where you say, you don't create a record?
You don't have an obligation to create a record that does not exist.
You don't have an obligation to, but you're allowed to? Is that a?
It's just how do you want to spend the time of your employees?
So I think you could set a policy on how you respond to things, right? The council could create a policy that would be followed by the town.
Absolutely, you can't violate personnel laws in that policy.
But I think what she means as far as public records requests relate directly to documents or public records. So existing documents. So if you don't want your town to create documents to satisfy those, you would just make sure that's in your policy. Give whatever exists, but don't spend time creating anything.
Correct. And let's say someone says, I want every document of the town of Summerfield that was ever created, period. Okay? That's a public records request. But if it is unduly burdensome, there are provisions under the law that you can charge in the extreme circumstances the time it would take to compile. But otherwise, in 99% of the time, it's just the cost of making the record.
And they don't have to have their name on it, right?
They can be absolutely anonymous. It can be said, it could be Al-Qaeda wants to know, and you still have the same obligation.
But if the records request is actually more about information than a record, you can't ask for the person to specify which records you're looking for.
Yes. What I recommended for the municipality I worked at, because usually they're asking for what is the electronic records in the database of the city regarding a certain topic. And this is just a practice tip. So what I encouraged our staff to do was get an agreement of what search terms the requester wants. Because if you have to go to court, how do you prove I want every record regarding de-annexation? It's much easier to say I want every record with the term de-annexation or annexation or annex or, because once you reach an agreement on search terms, then you can pretty much, prove whether you complied with the law or not.
It's a good method.
Yeah. All right, let's see what's next. I think we're coming up toward the end here. Wow. It's almost, when did that begin, 8:30? We probably should continue another 8 minutes.
I have other questions, I just don't know where it falls in or if you're still gonna cover it. So if we have time for Q&A at the end, that'd be great.
Yeah, let's just go to Q&A.
Okay.
You're first.
Okay.
Oh, one other thing. All right, duties of the manager. Okay, and I'll just keep this a little short. He is your budget officer, and that's different than your finance director. It is the legal obligation of your manager to produce a proposed budget every year and submit it to the board by June 1, 10 days before any action is taken on the budget, after a public hearing. And that budget will be balanced. Okay? What is the fund balance reserve percentage of this community?
400 and something.
You guys are in good shape.
We're in the best shape of any town in the whole state for
Our
10,000
population
to
group.
25,000 for our population group.
That, I've never heard of figure that out.
Nobody's close to it.
Not
We have
surprised.
we have an internal policy of maintaining 30%, and we're always somewhere between 400 and 500%.
Okay.
Sometimes over 500%.
But your actual budget will be balanced. It's going to, the estimated reserves and the estimated expenditures are going to have to be in balance. If you wanted, you could actually put a contingency fund of up to 5% in your budget for unexpected expenses, if you wanted to. And then separate from your budget, you may have a capital project fund or budget, which is, because budgets are year by year, capital fund projections are usually up to 5 years because for example, if you're borrowing money, you know, if you're having general obligation bonds financed by by your property tax, or special obligation bonds funded by the sales tax that the county shares with you. You know, those, even though you like to believe every board can't bind the board in the future, but that board that adopted that debt legally does bind that board in the future until that debt is paid off. And that's the purpose of the capital projections. And then your manager reports on the financial wellness of your community. And then all of that documentation is put forth and given to your auditor, who will then see if the finances of the town are conducted in according to GAAP, the generally accepted accounting practices, you know, for the government. And if they do not, exceptions are noted on the audit, and the audit is shared with the board, and then the audit is shared with the local government commission. The local government commission was founded in 1938 after cities and authorities throughout the state went insolvent and could no longer pay their obligations. And therefore, every debt obligation in your town has to be approved by the LGC. And you guys, with that type of fund balance and the professionalism that you exhibit in your community, do not have issues with the LGC. 20% of the towns, villages, and cities in North Carolina are on the watch list because their audits are not in compliance with GAAP, or their audits are not completed. And it is a tough time around the state for a lot of communities. There's a lot to be thankful for here. So those are essentially the obligations for your manager. So I started with, what is the duties of the manager? It is everything relevant to the management of the city. It's a big job. All right, let's go to Q&A.
I think that my question's maybe not so much law, but local policy is what the answer's going to be, but I'll ask anyway.
I think we should, because I think in some ways we have been talking both law and ethics throughout.
Okay.
Would you all agree with that?
Yes.
All right, I would too.
My question is around who can put out letters on the town website and town Facebook page, and does it take a majority, or can individuals on council put out letters or videos?
Again, I'm going to use my famous phrase, it depends. You know, clearly, whenever the majority wants to publish anything, the majority is going to publish. Historically, the mayor has rights to declare it Groundhog Day, if you know, and sign as perhaps on mayor. Many communities have no issue with that. Some want everything approved. The better practice would be for an individual member to sign as the individual council member, not the town of Summerfield. Because you cannot, one individual cannot bind the town.
What if it's an employee of the town rather than an elected official?
Well, your manager has huge authority. Your finance officer has authority. So, and sometimes their signatures can bind the town. And when you look at procurement contracts, you know, and we haven't even gotten into the whole rules regarding service contracts and construction contracts and architectural contracts, qualified-based selection processes. You know, I think qualified-based selection contracts do not require board approval. I'm believing that's a manager duty, but typically it is voted by the board, but I'd have to go back to my notes on that.
I think her question might have been, and you correct me if I'm wrong, more or less, is who okays it before someone speaks on behalf of the town to give an opinion on something?
Or not even on behalf of the town, on behalf of myself. Can I put out a letter on the town Facebook page and the town website from Janelle with Janelle's opinion? Janelle Robinson, Town Council.
What is the policy of your town? You can always post as council member Janelle Robinson.
On the town Facebook page and town website?
On your
Right,
media site. The town site is controlled by the majority of the town.
So an individual cannot put out,
As long as it complies with their policy. So whatever our policy is for how we would allow folks to respond on behalf of the town, they just have to follow that policy.
So we
We're
need
talking
to
about political endorsement, let's put it in context.
Well, I mean, everybody has the right to free speech, okay? But if you're saying it on behalf of the town,
Right.
then the town determines, the majority determines what is on behalf of the town.
I'm not talking about on behalf of the town. I'm talking about individuals as a council member or as the mayor putting out statements, letters, videos on the town Facebook page and the town website from one individual.
And the rest of the council doesn't know that. Or,
I'm going to defer to your lawyer on that. I mean, you're really getting in the weeds of free speech rights and versus the right of the town to control what is town business and what is appropriate or released on the town website. You know, it's, I don't feel comfortable discussing it.
So I need to ask our town attorney?
Yeah, why not? I don't know what your policy is. Some towns
Do you-
say
do
you have
you
to
know what our
have a
policy
vote of
is?
the majority. to talk to the lawyer.
We do not have,
Okay.
we do not have a formal social media policy, but the way it's always been handled is that if the majority opinion of something of the council needs to be posted, we will post it. But if it's an individual, we don't post that as a position of the town.
But we did,
it was done.
twice.
We posted this is coming from a statement that was posted from the mayor with the majority of council approval of it.
That's not true. I asked him about it and he said that was his own letter from him and only him and I could do the same thing.
Did it represent the majority position of council?
It's not that it represented, who was it from and who knew about it, who approved it. If it
We
was,
don't know if it was majority or not.
no, well, I do because he told me it was just from him and that I can do the same.
Well, these are the exact topics that are appropriate for boards to grapple with.
All right,
Okay?
yep, that makes sense.
I mean, it's we said we don't have a policy, so we'll create a policy.
Yeah.
We're gonna make lists of
Now-
policies.
I believe I started around 8:30. I promised an hour. I see that I have been here 2 hours. But what the good news is the League of Municipalities is statutorily authorized to provide the 2-hour ethics block education mandated of every elected official within 12 months of their election or appointment. So I'm going to request the League of Municipalities to issue your official certification to your clerk that you've complied with your ethical duties as elected officials and have spent 2 clock hours, is what the statute says, discussing law and ethics of your board with a member of the League of Municipalities or the School of Government or other reasonable authority.
What if we have already paid for 3 to do with the league? I think.
I did not.
Can you carry over credits to the next year?
Unfortunately, no.
So no reimbursement on the 3 that we have enrolled since the election.
We can still do
I
it.
think I'm in trouble with somebody at the league right now.
Okay.
I don't think it is.
There's nothing to preclude you from doing that. If you signed up for that class, then you can.
Yeah, and some of it, in one, you'll see me for another hour, great. And there'll be other topics coming.
Can we ask my question still, or we done?
Yeah, you get another 5 minutes, but I'm promised to my wife and my daughter before I leave, at some point today, so. Yes.
What, is it permissible for public records requests to be posted on social media?
It is-
With comments, like, yeah.
There's certainly nothing wrong with posting public records. With comments, let's,
But
that,
personal opinions,
I think she means from the town. So like we were to provide public records, but then town employees give their opinions about those records with them. I would tend to think that'd be something that's more of a policy issue that we'd have to hammer out.
Sounds like a policy matter to me. I know that the city of Greensboro, which put a lot of effort into this, if you go on their website, you can see literally every public records request and every batch of records produced.
I love that idea. I was actually talking about that
But
recently
they
with
don't
D
produce the
here.
records.
But I think that's a great idea.
It's a parking.
So on Green, I didn't realize it. So Greensboro, you can go on there, see the public records request, click it, and see whatever it was.
I did talk to the IT guy about that.
Good, good.
Public records, it doesn't have to, I think you actually might have answered that this week. It doesn't have to be a formal PRR?
No, someone could walk in the door and say, give me this document, and they don't have to tell me their name, their
What
address.
about me?
No,
If I have,
if you-
if I want information, do I have to fill out the form?
I think it's an internal kind of thing we've done is where if a council member asks for something,
Yeah.
we give it.
So
you
we
don't
don't
have
have
to-
to fill out a form?
No.
Or we do?
No,
That's
no
more
one
about
needs-
that's more about us keeping a record of making sure that we have done
Yeah.
what people have requested for us to do.
And a practical example of that is if you come in and say, Scott, I would like to have a copy of this and this, I'm just going to give it to you. If you say, I want all the emails from the planning department going back 4 years, well, that needs to be documented in our system. It's going to involve our IT person or contracted IT person. So it rises to a certain level. We need to have a clear record of it.
And the document actually protects the requester too, because that allows you to say, well, yeah, I have proof that I submitted this on this date. So it might not necessarily be required, but it's not bad for the requester to have it, because if they don't get it, they can show proof that they requested.
But a council member cannot, because my practical example for my question is I can't ask our IT person for something without staff knowing.
Yeah, you should go through the manager you shouldn't be talking to our contractors about individual requests.
Makes sense to me. I mean, because that makes sense to me,
So if I want some of his emails, I still have to go through him?
Well, and the IT contractor doesn't have a statutory authority to make sure there's nothing confidential coming to you.
So
So
that
if
maybe
you
can I
went
go
to
to
the
our
IT
attorney?
Well, yeah, but I don't think she has that layer of confidentiality, right? So she has access to more things than the non-elected person does.
The IT person can't just withdraw all emails because there could be something confidential.
There's nothing confidential for
I
me.
think the other layer to it is like if you go to Bill and you say, hey, give me X, Y, and Z, what if it takes him 4 months and no one knows at the
But I
time?
didn't.
No, it just means, and then
Okay.
he bills
Can I
us.
ask you, if I would like records of the managers, do I have to go through the manager to ask for them?
Sounds like that's your policy. What's wrong with that?
Is that what our policy says?
And there's nothing confidential
Is there
that's going to be
policy?
redacted.
Well, there is a
There is
records
policy.
policy, I think, right?
Yes, there is.
So what is, but I thought that there's.
If you need records related to me, as long as it's legally permissible to give you those, I'm going to give you those. Now, if you're asking for detailed personnel records as an individual council member and not as a body, I'll let you address that,
No,
Todd.
but that's not my question. sir.
Well, it starts to sound like a public records request. I mean,
Right.
elected can make a public records request just like a citizen.
And it all goes through the manager.
That is,
Is our policy? Is there a policy?
If there's financial records, I don't necessarily
It
have to.
comes to the
go
clerk.
Yeah, she's the
Comes to
keeper
the
of
clerk,
record.
and she's gonna, if they're, the way that typically happens, the
Yeah, I think it
requests
is.
come to her. If it's something that I need to see, a department head needs to see, a finance officer needs to
She
see,
gives it
it's
to
gonna
them.
be delegated to the appropriate person to deal with that request.
To fill that request.
And like Jonathan and I were talking about last week, if one person, the reason that we want you to fill out a public records request is if one person asks for something, it stands to reason somebody else might want to know it too. And for me personally, I want to keep a record of, did I give that to you? Because if you just come in and say, I want a copy of this, this, and this, I don't have proof that I gave that to you. And then I gotta do it every time they come in here. But if
Or
I
when you
have.
get accused that you didn't.
And I get accused of not filling public records requests, which I've never not done. So what I do is I keep very detailed records of when did I give that to you, and you've asked for it again, I'm gonna forward that email to you over and over and over, rather than me have to create the same public records request over and over, or be publicly accused of not providing public records requests.
Good. And
So now I keep a detailed record so I can prove I have given them public records. That's why I want.
I'm
what's redacted.
going to need to beg my absence now.
Yeah.
And in closing, thank you for taking the time for elected office. You're supporting the North Carolina Constitution and the United States Constitution, and it is the first time in the history of the earth that the Constitution, constitutionally formed representative democracy was founded. And it still exists. And you're all part of it. And it's no small thing. And it doesn't mean it's all happiness and agreement, but it is all done to specific rules to ensure that we reflect the needs and the desires of our people. And that's why we're here. And thank you.
Thank you.
I have one question, Tom.
It's up to the board.
Did you still
Can I ask a question while we're talking? No.
He said
Can I
he
ask a question?
He said we need to go, is it quick?
Yeah, 90 seconds. 90 seconds. Less than, enter less than 90 seconds. Can you change your vote?
Good question.
A motion to reconsider under Robert's rules requires that you be on the prevailing side, and you ask for the floor, and you then say, I move that we reconsider this matter, and if you're on the prevailing side, the rules say then the board can re-vote, and you would be free to change your vote. If you say yes, and then say, no, I meant no, then your vote is no. I mean, but once it has been officially noted by the presiding officer that the matter has passed,
Like, the meeting's closed. It's a month later.
yeah, then it takes a motion to reconsider.
One quick question, because we have two
Thank you.
things. If you have a motion
Yes, to
and
go.
an amendment, do you vote first on the motion or first on the amendment? They've had two different attorney opinions on it. So if it's a
Mr.
motion
President,
and
you're
an
welcome to
amendment,
go.
what do you vote first on?
Thank you for
Can
coming.
you
Thank you.
can you tell
I
us?
appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you.
Thanks for visiting Summerfield.
Hey, Scott.
Yes.
I asked for more time with this, and you said you thought it would take an hour, and you strictly gave us 2, but I asked for time and question and answers, and I wish this hadn't been restricted to
Well,
such a short
take
time.
that up with Councilmember Devaney, who had a different idea on the time frame. I've given aloud what was asked, and I thought y'all wanted on the agenda.
All right, I'll get it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
sir.
Appreciate you.
And we'll send the certificates out to the board.
I make a motion for a break.
Sure, we have a motion, we have a second.
Second.
Have a motion and a second, any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries with 10-minute recess.
Better hurry up.
I'm not sure that's where.
Just on my impression, so there's the exception D, y'all came in smelling like a rose.
I think Monday or Tuesday. This fell off my chair. I just don't know.
Chris, would you fix Sarah's chair, please?
We don't have a maintenance department. We don't.
I mow yards on
Well,
weekends.
that's what, yeah, so we don't have a maintenance department. We just.
We're a little bit behind schedule, and I'll let you make it up.
Okay, you're in business.
We'll bring it home.
course, you
All right.
At what point
they're starting without you.
So we're going on to item number 9 for the council. Item number 9A, Republic Services Trash and Recycling. Mr. Beatty.
I brought this up because I wanted to request that based on what, and this is from citizen input, based on how the newly negotiated, I guess, contract with Republic stands, and if we can evaluate it for the next X number of months, I was going to suggest 6, and if it's not working, then we send bids out for other trash contracts, and then make a decision so that our citizens don't have to wait the full 2 years or a year and a half and then start 6 months looking for somebody to replace. And that way we can move the timeline up. That's why I asked for this. Does anybody have any comments on?
We already signed an agreement for 2 years, and is there an out clause?
We can, as far as my understanding, we can just get out of it anytime we want.
There is a termination clause on that.
What is it?
We can pull it up. I think that's 30 days written notice, but would you like me to pull it up to look at it?
Have people been unhappy with us renewing with them?
I've had one call this week. That's all that comes to mind. We probably had a small handful, but I haven't heard much
Do you think
about
that
it.
there's going to be a small handful with anyone looking, I mean, I think there'd be. small-
Probably. I mean, we're not particularly having any problems that Town Hall is aware of right now. I mean, it's the normal ebb and flow of, occasional complaints about missed pickups largely.
Mr. Dog, I think I saw you get ready to say something.
The only thing I heard is that if we mess this up and trash isn't picked up, it's coming in our yards. And I'm just telling you.
That was probably the most important comment.
Yeah.
So would council agree that we have a certain period where we look? I know that I think Sarah, you might be kind of taking note of comments coming in, good, bad, or indifferent, and then we evaluate it again in 3 months or 6 months, and then if there's continued issues and we deem them severe enough that we can go ahead and put bids out and start the process earlier rather than waiting until the end of the contract.
So if we wait, it's 2 years. So if we wait 18 months and then put out 6 months worth of bids, if sometime in the next 18 months you start getting an absurd number of complaints, will you let us know?
What does it say about 10 complaints per month?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
contract says you have to have 10 complaints in a 30-day notice.
And we are documenting them. We've gotten a couple recently, just people upset with the price increase, but not much hey, it was missed, or the service was bad, or something like that. Not a lot, but subjective calls
We're
about the
keeping a
price.
log, and it's on the server, and everybody can get on there. If they take the phone call, add it to it.
So it sounds like the evaluation that Ms. Devaney is talking about is already going on. It's already being documented and actively reviewed by staff.
Yes, we add to it every time we get a phone call.
We get their name and their address and their specific complaint.
If
satisfying?
that's being evaluated, as long as if it comes to where it's 10 per month, then we're notified so we can move forward if we need to put out another bid. Okay?
Okay, item B, Consolidated Committee Ordinance Communication with Finance Committee. Mr. Beatty.
So, what I wanted to do was, the consolidated committee ordinances for all the committees, yes, they're all there and all together. Perhaps that we could look at putting language in there, to be consistent along with the Board of the VOA and the planning board and us as far as code of ethics and conflict of interest to not have perceived conflict of interest. I would like to see that more unified across everything. And then also, I would like to see so that we all keep code of ethics and everything in the forefront, possibly have a, where we sign a code of ethics every year. And that has to do with 168-86, like an annual form of disclosure, is what I'm called. And then I would also like just the finance committee itself to, I think they have a lot that they can bring to the table, and I'd like to do, I'm not trying to overrun them or put too much on their plate, but I'd like for them to come in and give us opinions on contracts, how to pay for things, watch budgets on things. Hey, you want to do X, but look how much money you've already spent. Do we need to reel that back in, or are we okay? I'm open for comments.
I know at the previous meeting, we had, I believe, asked Mr. Hornick to help us draft some of that language, talking about the consolidated committee. And, Mr. Doggett, we were talking about the relation there, but of course, it's not just about Mr. Doggett.
No.
It stops Heath from having his wife on one of the boards. Ms. Robinson here from having her daughter on a thing, or like your mom, so it affects everybody equally. And I was thinking that we'd have something, Mr. Warnick's not part of this, so if you had a chance to talk to him to see if he drafted anything?
No, I have not.
And so that could be something we could put on for the February meeting, so that we could have him be involved and have the language voted on then at that time to see if everybody's in
Okay.
agreement. But everybody else agree with that? Or?
I never realized that she couldn't, yeah, you can't be on any, like, even Founder's Day, which would be needing help, like, I guess she couldn't be on it.
Right.
She could be an exhibition.
Yeah, and that's something I thought too. I mean, like Mr. Doggett on the planning board. If I assume that if that change doesn't take place, he's not necessarily off of it. He could be ex officio, I think. I don't know. That's the question for Warnick too.
There's enough alternates that would not,
You wouldn't need
they wouldn't
You
need
need
it.
it.
But if he's talking about the Founder's Day, then my mom would have to come off of that committee as well.
She could be, or
Yeah,
she
but I'm just
did,
saying,
right?
but
But she did. I mean, and
she
she's
did on the
actually-
trails and open space.
and she's like still a part of it, even though she's not an official voting member.
Ex officio.
Mhm.
So I guess
So
that'll
we're
be
waiting on
people.
Bob for that?
I would say tackle that in February when we actually have Mr. Hornick where we can talk with him and make sure we do it right, however we do it across the board.
Scott, I think at our last town council meeting that you were trying to show that are on our website, some of our policies. So let me ask you a question. Is there a uniform conflict of interest and code of ethics that's disseminated to all board and committees? Because it seemed like it was broken up before.
It's a little bit complicated. So like the ordinance that you have in front of you is consolidated committee ordinance, and what you see at the top there, ethics and conflicts of interest. This applies to all of our committees, but don't confuse that with our boards or council. So think council, boards, board of adjustment, and planning board, and then think advisory committee. So this focus on advisory committees. What I was saying is that as far as trying to make uniform ethics policies and conflict policies, the planning board and council are already that. They are, we tackled that last year, and they basically have the same mirroring code of ethics. The Board of Adjustment is that clearly in the UDO, Brad, or I don't think it is.
Not yet.
So that's the only thing that's
So Board of Adjustment,
outside of that we could look at, I think.
is committees need to be included?
Well, so I guess you could look at it right now on the screen if you would like. It tells what it defines the ethics and conflicts of interest for all committees.
Well, what was it that the planning board did last year? Because they came up with their own policy.
Right, so
Which is separate from what ours is. It's different.
but it mirrors it. So what we did, and we explained this, so the UDO says that the planning board will have a code of ethics. So when the UDO was adopted, that was a charge for the planning board and council to come up with their code of ethics. They did that, and how that was tackled was we took your town council code of ethics, and we in essence replaced council with planning board and explained when that was adopted by council for the planning board this past year that they're basically the same thing. So those are very much in line. They pretty much mirror each other. And then, so it's the Board of Adjustment that still could be looked at.
Would you make sure that the planning board is on the February, just so there's no confusion, make sure that the planning board is on the next agenda for February, where we had talked to Mr. Hornick about it in January to update that language we were talking about.
We can look at that, Brad. I think we'd have to take a look at the formal process. Does that need to go to the planning board first?
I don't think the planning board gets to decide on how the town council wants to have a code of ethics. That's like the attorney Tom Carruthers was saying here earlier. We have the ability to change those sort of policies.
Right, but my question is are they typically the process then at least recommending theirs? And that's certainly what they did the last
Mr.
time.
Whitaker, let me ask one more question. I asked you to put it on the agenda. Are you saying that you can't do that?
I'm saying let me double check. We'd be glad to, but let's just make sure
Double check what?
that the planning boards, the process is not for the planning board to provide you with a recommendation at first. Let me just double check that, and if not, we can put it on there.
Put it on the agenda regardless, and then if it comes out that you find out that if we absolutely not allowed to do it, we can check that with Hornick while we're there. So that way it's on the agenda. And if we can't tackle it, then we'll know why. I think that's probably the best way to have it, just to make sure it's on there.
Okay.
Unless anybody disagrees with that. And I think the council has been giving you a majority on that one, so.
So, Mr. Hamilton, I can just add a little bit to that. So, in the UDO, where the planning board's code of ethics is alluded to, it says the board shall adopt and adhere to a similar code of ethics as recommended by the board, planning board, and adopted by council. I think that's what Scott's talking about a little bit, but I think we can definitely talk about it there. But if we make changes, the ordinance says that we need the planning board to approve them and the council to approve them.
We know we can't finalize it in February,
Yeah.
but we want it on there to start it.
And that's why we want Hornick there. So he's going to give us the language that we can use, right?
Right.
And if we can do it, then we will do it. So.
But you can't.
So I want to make sure I understand you correctly. So we and you're saying, but you can't. So you know 100% definitively. Well, Mr. Whitaker, if I could just finish the question.
And call me Scott.
You know affirmatively, 100% sure that we're not allowed to make a modification to say the only people that get on the planning board are people who don't have a close familial relation with somebody on the town council. And we can't do that unless we have a recommendation from the planning board first.
I'm saying I believe that is part of the process, and let's just make sure we follow the process. If you want to direct...
Well, no, you actually did say a second ago, but we can't. So you're saying you know that for sure.
Based on what our planning director just read.
What has Mr. Hornick told us?
He just read the ordinance.
We just read the ordinance. Mr.
So now
Hornick
we
is
have-
going to
now
say we have
everybody
a
in the
process
room
for that, an ordinance.
Let's keep it on there for February so we can discuss it.
It's not a problem. We will put it on that agenda.
Well, let's put it to the planning board. I mean, even if they recommend it against us, it's clearly a recommendation, right?
Correct.
When does the planning board meet next time?
So let's put it on their next agenda.
Let's do that. The 22nd?
Or is it 26th?
This solves everything. This will be on the February meeting. Make sure that's on the planning board's agenda for the 26th.
Thank you.
Okay. I think that probably would have been the better recommendation if you, instead of saying, let's wait, let's go ahead and put it on January. They can give us a recommendation, and then we can either choose to follow or not follow it and adapt as we want to into February.
And my recommendation would be when council adds something to an agenda like this, give me a little heads up about what your intentions are, and then I can have that prepped before we get into the conversation.
We talked at length about it in January, earlier this month, I think.
Yes, I think you know our intentions.
Yeah. I mean, we even had the attorney, we talked to the attorney to have him help draft the language.
Did you ask me to put it on the agenda for February?
I think we did say, yeah, well, we're just now, but I believe we said back then, could you have that ready for the next one? Yeah. So that's why I think it's good that we have this discussion now, so there's no confusion over whether or not it's coming up. And it sounds like there is no confusion that it will be on the planning board's agenda for this month, and then subsequently on the town councils for February.
Planning board has to go next month though, right?
They've already had.
Yeah.
They've already met.
Oh.
And they
Gotcha.
after y'all, so that theirs will come, I think.
And that'll be after our meeting.
Okay,
Correct.
okay. So then we'll have it for March.
We'll talk about it on February 13th. They'll meet on February 22nd, and then we can talk about it again on March 12th. That's the date.
Any further discussion about 9D?
That was only one part of the, right?
The other was about the finance committee. I would just like to reiterate that I think that the finance committee, they have a wealth of knowledge that they can support us in making decisions on contracts, and be whatever it is, and helping us budget our money and that type of thing. I'd just like to see more input from them.
Is the, their meeting is coming up?
It's Monday night. I have it on the agenda to add to their responsibilities.
Is the Bandera, paying for Bandera on the agenda as well?
I'm gonna tell them what you said and bring it up. Now, they always do bring their opinions to the budget. We don't ever present a budget to council unless it's embedded through the finance committee.
So it's on,
Okay.
it's on the agenda?
Yes,
So what is their responsibilities, and do they have a mission statement?
it's in the consolidated committee ordinance.
I just closed the file. Do you want me to open back up?
That'd be great.
Okay.
While Scott's looking that up, one other thing that I mentioned was the signing of the code of ethics every year for everybody across the board. I just think that it's a good reminder for all of us. I know when I had to just take my 2-hour refresher course, that it's easy to forget some of the details if you don't sleep, eat, and drink it every day. And I think that that would be something good if we had annual reviews on, you read it, you sign that you reread it, or that you read it, and we move on from that, but do an annual sign off. And
What is the policy right now? Is it for,
you do your course, and that's it. And I don't know about any other committees having to do anything.
Ethics are a legal requirement. When you're appointed or you're reelected, you have 12 months to retake your ethics every time.
so what Mr. Bainey is talking about of an annual acknowledgement
It'd be like
sounds
an
reliable?
Internal policy.
Internal, yeah.
Okay.
But not just for us, for all, like, we have a policy for everybody.
Disseminate downstream.
Yes.
So this is the duties and responsibilities. Is this in line with what you were thinking?
It's what, yeah, that's what they already do right now. Which doesn't include, looking at all contracts, but I've added that. I do have a question. If they say they
Let
don't
me finish reading.
The way I understand it is you can decide that they have added responsibilities. So what is their recourse if they don't want to approve all contracts? Like, could they say, I guess that their choice would be either to say, I don't want to do that, or like resign from the committee,
Whatever
or,
they not want.
Or they could say, well, this particular one is pretty cut and dry, we don't see anything, we don't really need to review this, but this one, on the other hand, looks like it's something that could potentially go over budget. We want to review this, it's more in-depth and detailed, and I really just want to hear more from the finance committee about how we're budgeting things, and we'll talk about it at the
so are you just asking me to communicate better with you past what we say in the minutes? Because like I said, they're already doing those things. So are you wanting to hear from them directly, like come and give reports to council meet? How do you want them to communicate differently with you than they are now?
When we start seeing projects go over budget, I want them to say, put stop on it, or we need to reevaluate, or we see this as a potential project that, based on past experience, could be going over budget. You guys need to look at ABC or whatever it is. Or we understand because of circumstances with economy or whatever, that it was reasonable for this particular project to go over budget, and here's how we're going to pay for it, or we're going to change how we're going to pay for it. Those types of things.
I have heard them say in the past they wish they would have been brought on sooner in the process.
Millie said that millions of times. I wish I knew more about this so that I could understand it. We could all think about it, review it, and figure out what's the best path for the town.
I didn't.
She said it to me.
Millions of times?
I also don't know if we're putting off on them things that are our responsibilities though.
And I don't want to burden them with work.
You were on the finance committee for a brief amount of time. Can you offer any input?
Not right now. If I could, I'm sorry, I'm still spinning my wheels on something else. Can I backtrack for 1 second before I forget about it? We were talking, just to make sure because, we talked about something in January, thinking we're going to try to resolve it in February with Warnick, and I think we're hearing that it has to go through the planning board now. Of course, that would have been something that would have been nice to have talked about in January. To make it more formal, should I make a motion talking about what we'd like the planning board to review to be on their next agenda so that we can actually have it formally given to the manager as a motion?
Well, we heard your
But it's on the
directive.
agenda for February already, and that will be before the planning board, so why wouldn't you just wait and formalize your motion and do it in February?
Well, that way we know exactly what it is the planning board is going to be reviewing. I mean, would anybody be against me just making the motion that the planning board, I move that the planning board on their next agenda, which from what I understand is in February, that they review our request, which is that no person shall serve on the planning board who has a direct, familial, close relation with someone on town council.
Planning board or all boards?
Well, that's the planning board voting for theirs,
Oh,
right?
Okay,
I have a motion, do I have a second?
I'll second.
I think it should.
I have a motion and a second, further
now it's
discussion.
I think maybe it should be, it's already all committees, right? And the idea is to get it all in alignment.
Yeah.
So I think it should be all boards.
Well, and that's fine, but I mean, we could do it for each one of them, but if you want me to expand it, modify it, and say all boards have this on their next agenda.
Well, the other boards don't have to put it on their agenda, it only has to go to the planning board, even for Board of Adjustments, is that correct?
Yeah, because we can make a decision for the Board of Adjustment.
Oh, that doesn't have to go to the planning board.
Right, it's just the planning board gets to make their own.
Okay, I'm following.
And then-
But eventually we'll do it it'll be for all. So all of the same.
Agree. I think it should downstream, everybody should have the exact same one. There's no reason why we shouldn't hold them accountable just as much as we are.
I'm just following this format because it
Okay.
appears to be
Right.
specific for the planning board.
Okay.
But I think the planning board, what I heard was already has a conflict of interest and code of ethics already baked in that mirrors town council.
Right, but the town councils wouldn't say that,
You can't have family members on town council.
So I think that's why we're modifying it this way. Make more.
Can you just repeat how you want it phrased for me?
Something to the effect of, no person shall serve on the planning board who has a close familiar relation with someone on the town council.
Okay.
While they have a close familiar relationship.
So if I may, so that, what I read earlier about the code of ethics needs to be approved by the board or recommended by the board and approved by town council. It's only the code of ethics. Elsewhere in the ordinance, we have membership, how the planning board is composed of members of the community. And there's also item 12 under the planning board is conflict of interest, which is separate from what's in the code of ethics. So think of code of ethics as how you conduct yourself, and conflict of interest being separate. So if you want them to look at conflict of interest with family members, that sounds more like an ordinance issue, which would require a text amendment, public hearings, and notice, which would be hard to do by February 26th, but we can maybe push and run that, but we just don't know the language. So what I'm really happy to do, though, is talk about it with the planning board and get their ideas of what that could look like, and they do text amendment later in the year, maybe in March. Does that sound about what you're thinking?
Well, it sounds to me like, even from what we were talking about earlier, that you still had some more input that we didn't even hear. But what you're telling me now, that would have been nice to have heard back then too. I say we make the motion, and everybody agrees on it. Hornick, I mean, they didn't go to the planning board. If that's the correct way to do it, Hornick can give his advice on how to go from there.
Okay.
But, and then if he says it needs to be a text amendment instead for us to do this,
Sure.
because I just don't think that's good. If there needs to be a different process, we'll follow what's said.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I made the motion. I think that's something they can consider. Tell us about it. It needs to. So that way we're trying to hit every angle we can.
Did I hear that we already requested for the town attorney to review this? But we've not had any response yet, right?
Have you had any response yet?
I think there was a lack of clarity of what you wanted, because
That's what I'm trying to do right
because
here.
what I'm hearing
So
is that if our UDO specifically allows family members to serve on the planning board, apart from its separate ethics policy, is that fair, Brad?
Doesn't specifically prohibit. I like
Okay.
that phrasing better.
So if you really want to enact this kind of family restriction, it's probably going to best be done with a text amendment to the UDO and then a separate change to the planning board's separate code of ethics. So there's two things there, and both are formal processes, and the text amendment is a bigger deal. And we have other things coming up, so I think the question is, do you want us to add to the other text amendments that are being considered, or do you want us to go full steam with that ahead?
I think this would be a great thing for us just to knock out kind of quick. I don't think it's going to be a big hurdle. I think
But you can't change the UDO without a text amendment.
But it sounds like with
But that's not a real quick process.
We
it sounds
can
like
start
with
the ball rolling.
I mean, can we change the code of ethics to say that? I mean, if the planning board says yeah, well, then they say no. All we have to do is get the recommendation.
After a planning board recommendation and their process.
Then we can change the code of ethics regardless, right? But that doesn't require the UDO change.
Right, the code of ethics is just a policy.
So, again, I've made the motion, I've had a second
For the policy.
for the policy.
Any further discussion?
I have one comment, just,
I'm confused as crap.
well, and John and I also have interviews coming up, so we have asked thus far for citizens to please allow us some time to try to sort this out so that we don't get somebody on there and then we have to backtrack. We want to do the right thing for the citizens, so I think we do need to get this sorted out.
Yeah, full steam. So, again, I think that the policy is not a bad thing to start with.
And it's going to the planning board to review.
Yep. Pretty simple.
And what does that say?
Yeah, but if we change the policy, does that override the UDO? I mean, is it?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Well, and that's something Hornick, they can still give us their opinion regardless. Nothing's changed when they give us the recommendation. So when we meet in March, Hornick can then let us know if there's any issue between those two things. And then when we meet in February, we can ask Warren if we should go ahead and start something with the text, how we start the issue with the text amendment to have them working in sync.
Or we can ask John's question in February.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that, nothing stops us from having that on the planning board's thing, so, motion second.
Repeat your motion, please.
That we put to the planning board for their recommendation, whether or not, that we're suggesting that no person shall serve on the planning board while having a close familiar relation with the person on the town council.
Motion is second. Any further discussion?
Point of clarification, so given that the planning board just went through this process to recommend those, their code of ethics this past year that was adopted by council, when we go to them and ask them to, hey, consider at the council's request removing these family relationships, are you asking for them to consider changing that moving forward or affecting existing board makeup?
It's my understanding, I think it would affect existing board makeup. It'd be moving forward. Anything that was done prior to that wouldn't have any, you wouldn't cast doubt.
Well, it's your board. I mean, you can kick somebody off the planning board if you don't want.
It would going forward change that.
But it needs to be stated, this is not attacking anyone.
No.
And when comments are made that it is attacking someone, it's not. It's to prevent situations from happening going forward so that
I mean,
it's just right.
Mr. Carruthers hit it nail on the head earlier when we said it. He used the language himself. Oh, you mean the appearance of impropriety?
Right.
That's the exact thing that jumped to his lips. So again, there's been a motion. There's been a second.
I think it makes sense for the planning board to review.
Call the question. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries. Any further discussion on 9D? I think we had something that was hanging before we went back to that.
Finance.
Yeah. So I think.
Well, not even a question, but I want to see your.
It was the mission. We were
Yeah.
talking about that and.
It was Lynn's, but I think we were reviewing what their responsibilities are and effectively the communication and their involvement. That's a good summary of what you were saying?
Can I ask a question? With that last vote, is it 5-0? I mean, there was some uncertainty in that. Was
Yes.
It's 5-0.
Or was, did you vote?
I said yes. I mean, was it not loud enough?
I couldn't tell either, and I was sitting next to you. It
Oh
was
my
just
God.
because it was all at one time,
Yeah,
everyone
maybe
said it
that's
at the
all
same
it was.
time.
Everybody was talking at the same time. Thank you.
So what does the council want? What are we asking?
I would like to see more involvement, and I think that the financial issues, being over budget, new contracts to look at budgets and that type of thing, I'd really like to hear, I guess, maybe verbally more of what they're looking at, how would they consider projects. I'm going to use the Bandera thing, if it goes to where we're 500, these are made up numbers, let me be clear, these are made up numbers. If it were to go 500,000 over budget, what is the finance committee, how is the finance committee going to advise us to pay for it? I know I specifically had asked for them, and they are working on like coming up with a percentage program to try to get other municipalities that were in on this original Bandera Farm group to help pay for maintenance and things like that. That's kind of like, well, that might not be exactly what's here, but that's a way that they can help us come up with different ways of paying for things.
Might they say, we don't want to even look at it and talk about it until we have for sure numbers? Maybe they'll say, we don't want
I
to.
guess I'm just unclear, like, so, they always see the budget before you do. They get their, input with it. It's in the budget calendar that we present that. We go through the budget line by line. They make a recommendation to you and I put it in the minutes. I guess I'm unclear about how better you want them to communicate with you other than me putting it in the minutes that they recommend the budget or, changes or whatever, and,
Well, it's not just, excuse me for interrupting, it's not just waiting till it's budget time, but it's prior to that. What's going on during the year and how are they looking at things during the year? And as things come up, would they consider changing what they had already recommended in the budget? Do they think there might be a better way?
yes, and I'll add that, that's on the agenda, and like with the CIP plan, for example, which is redundant, CIP and same plan twice, but, they went over that and vetted that and made their recommendations, and we worked on that for months before we brought it to you. So if it's financial, it's already been through the finance committee, but I will definitely, and it's on the agenda, and they always talk about how to pay for things. As Tim's been on the committee for a long time, we always talk, like when we were gonna build the town hall, we spent months on that, about whether or not we were gonna finance it or, take a percentage out of the fund balance. But now I'm going to add, looking at all contracts, and, I think you're saying that you believe that Bandera is already over budget, and you want, even though we don't have a budget yet, but you want them to talk about, what they would do to pay for that.
If we are, what are
Specifically.
their thoughts on how we're?
Yeah. And then the thing also about.
Effective majority, you have to be careful about coming.
That's what, I wish they were streamed, yeah.
But also, if they would look at, and I think that they are, the different municipalities going forward paying for, helping to pay for
Well, they have
maintenance.
not been given the directive to go to different municipalities and ask them.
Well, I don't want them to go yet, but come up with a plan, share it with us. What are their thoughts about that? How do they think they could have Oak Ridge help with some of the maintenance? Because definitely people from Oak Ridge are gonna come and ride their horses or bring their kids to the playground or that type of thing. What about Greensboro? How do we, everybody was on board when this whole thing first started, and all the municipalities jumped in with a percentage of actually buying the land. So are they willing to hang on to this project and continue with, I don't know if it's the same percentage, maybe it's a smaller percentage, if it goes to insurance because it's on our Summerfield land, which I asked you that question, then we are responsible for the insurance for that particular park solely.
That's the law.
Right,
Yeah.
and I wasn't sure, so I asked the question, and you confirmed that that's the law, this is the way it goes. But as far as maintenance, or heaven forbid we had a natural disaster, and we have trees go down everywhere, then we're gonna need help. I mean, that could cost lots and lots of money. How can we pull in help, or other municipalities still willing to help support that park?
I think that Ms. Devaney has given some really clear examples of what she's asking for the Finance Committee to review. You're going, if I understand correctly, you said you're going to add contracts to their agendas?
Already on there.
It's already on there.
Okay.
They've
Be
already
very
given-
careful with that too, right? 'Cause
Well, yeah, because what I'm trying to get clarity on, I don't feel like I have clarity on, is, are you asking whether or not they want to do this, or are you saying this is what your responsibilities are going forward?
I would love their input.
So you do want their opinion about whether or not they feel like this.
And really, it'd just be limited to the numbers. I mean, we're not asking them to look over a contract to.
They
give
are
us-
worried, well, the whole rest of the committee hasn't been brought in on it yet, but the chair is worried about that. She says, I'm an accountant, I'm not, I can look at numbers,
It's the
but
money
she's
It's
for it.
only the money part I want to know.
So you are welcome, anybody is welcome to come to that finance committee Monday night and speak directly to the finance committee.
And that way maybe they can ask, they can directly answer questions. I'm so afraid I won't communicate it right. And then I'll bring it back and that wasn't what you were looking for, or that wasn't what they meant to say. And, maybe if you did come and
Yeah, because I think it's such a different thing than what they've been doing.
Yeah.
It probably would be good if you came directly and spoke to them about what you're wanting. And again,
If you're
be careful
willing to.
about what, they're just for the numbers and, crunching out what things are gonna cost. and how
Like
much they pay for it.
investments, for example, I mean, you said what do we do during the year? I mean, I always bring all the investments to them and we vet where's the best place to put the money and so it's not, I didn't mean to communicate that it's just budget.
So it's not just budget, there's an
No.
ongoing review,
Yes. And we don't
approval,
meet every month and they made it
approval,
clear that they
and
don't want to meet every
recommendation
month.
that's being provided.
Right.
All right.
They don't want to meet every month, but we are not.
And you're
just-
providing that in the minutes as feedback from them.
Absolutely,
How many times did they meet last year? Less than 6, right?
probably.
4,
I would say,
roughly.
Once we get through, it depends on what we've got going on. No, I think we probably met,
Maybe
It might be
6.
better
I think we probably
during
met
the meetings
6.
To give them instruction if you want something looked at, that way there is a meeting. If there's nothing for them to look at, there's no reason to meet.
And I don't meet, like, if there is a CDR maturing, I don't call a meeting just for that. I'll send them an email and say, we have a maturing CD or CDR, and here are my quotes. Can you respond individually and tell me what your vote is? Like, I wouldn't have them come out for a meeting just to decide how to reinvest something. And so, and they're black, like, they don't want to, come out just to discuss one thing.
Looks like you met 4 times in 23.
Feel good about that?
Are you going?
I'm gonna try, I've got one thing,
Okay.
I'll have to try to make.
Okay, 6 o'clock here.
Any further discussion on 9B? 9C, King and Company lobbyist contract, Mr. Hamilton.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I think everybody got the emails, the exchanges between Sebastian and myself, as well as with Mr. Hornick. Obviously, I think you all saw what we offered Mr. King. He has countered offered, and so I'm very open to hearing what everybody wants to do at this point. His original contract, I believe, had 30 days notice in there. When he resubmitted it back to us, that was completely taken out, I think, for like a year contract with no termination clause. As you know, I think it's in our best interest to have a way out. Our attorney had placed in there a 10 days notice, and we ended up offering him $6,500. Mr. King wants $8,000, and after some more communication with me, he said, how about a 60 days notice termination? At this point, maybe Mr. Sessoms can make sure I understand it right. Is Mr. King the only lobbyist we have at the moment?
Currently, he's the only lobbyist, yes.
We voted to get rid of Whitney Christensen, I believe, back in January, based on the discussion then. I think Mr. Sessoms has said he didn't see the value at that point for what we had paid for, and I think at that point we were paying her $7,500 a month. Since then, I'm sorry?
Ms. Devaney made the motion.
I'm sorry. But you had discussed with us, I think you said you didn't.
You asked
see
my
the value.
opinion, I
Yeah,
gave.
yeah. I think we were paying her $7,500 a month, I believe, at the time. Since then, I've reviewed some of her communications, and I thought she did and of course, I just came in early January. I thought she was doing, from what I could see, a really great job there too. I've since heard from other lobbyists and attorneys that she is she was a top tier lobbyist and does a great job. I think we were kind of concerned at the point, or the council prior to me had been concerned that maybe we weren't getting great communication with some of the lobbyists, but of course, that doesn't mean, sometimes if they have a full plate, it doesn't mean they're not doing a great job, it just means you might not get communication all the time. I'm really open to hearing what everybody wants to do. Like I said, I've offered $6,500 to him with the 10 days notice. He's come back again, he wants to keep it at $8,000. It's my understanding $8,000 is at the top of the tier. And by the way, I didn't, when I was talking with Mr. Hornick and Mr. Whitaker, they kind of gave me an idea of all the people, the contacts that we had for lobbyists. I didn't actually see Mr. King on there anywhere. Can anybody tell me who found him, or how do we know him?
I think it came through me, but I don't remember how.
Okay. So can people discuss what they want to do? I mean, we could take in, if we accept his offer with the contract terms, and Hornick did a great job, I think, of going through that, a really great job on that contract. And if we accept the terms that's been countered, that's $8,000 again a month, which is, I believe, is top tier for what it is. And 60 days notice, which means it commits us for a little longer if we decide to pull out of that contract. Or do we want to take and counter him? Do we want to take in, if he says no, do we want to look into other options? I mean, I would assume that, the session comes back in April. They can always do stuff in between now and then, but I think more than likely it'd be April or May. And, but you don't want to wait to the last minute to have somebody work on your behalf either. So if we don't go with Mr. King, like I said, I have put out just in the last few days, because I'm not certain myself if everybody's going to go vote for this. I've started putting out feelers just to see who is out there. And I've gotten some references, and I've started making some phone calls, but I don't have anything definite yet on this short of notice. Discussion?
I'll say I don't think that it's the will of the council to go forward with that $8,000 per month or the 60-day notice. I don't think that's the will of the council.
And I don't think that's a mark against Mr. King at all. I think that is just trying to be responsible for where we are.
Correct.
This is something I should have given you notice with, and so if you don't know it, you will make her no great for me. When we're talking about $8,000 a month, do you know how much of a percentage of our budget that'd be? And I know that's off the cuff.
No, not off the top of my head, I'm sorry. But I will tell you that.
You came in a rough estimate?
Well, I will tell you that we'll need budget amendments in the legal fees to, continue to pay the level of lobbyists that we have in. But
That's it.
let me try to do some quick.
How does this compare to our legal counsel fee?
Oh, that's a lot more than what you're normally paying Bob.
Yeah. And
It is?
Yes.
You say a lot more, 20%,
Oh, yeah.
50% more?
And
It depends on the month, but
So
I would
the
say,
challenge, or the
yeah.
thing about all three of the lobbyist contracts that we've had is there's not been a great deal of specification of hours. There's been some caps on that, but so it's been hard to really look at an hourly rate by them. So we've been just focused on what council has brought forward to us and directed, and that's been $7,500 a month, $8,000 a month, in that range.
Well, Whitney's contract was something about 25 hours.
yeah.
That's how much she was willing.
Right, some caps, but as far as actual work performed, I mean, these lobbyists don't tend to give us,
Yeah.
hey, we
We
worked
didn't,
4 hours this month, or
That
we
she
worked.
actually worked the 25 hours.
Right.
And her price was $7,500, and KTS with Chess McDowell was north of $7,500. I negotiated it down to $7,500.
And yes, and it was.
I don't remember what it
It was
was.
8, and then you negotiated it down for us because Whitney's fees were 7,500.
I think Mr. Sessoms was correct yesterday too when he said, everything that's looming is still very much real over top of us with what we do. And it's kind of like insurance. You don't, you hope you don't need it. At the same time, you have to balance it against what I think is fiscally responsible for us. And we may end up, it's my understanding we'll get several lobbyists at one point at the same time. Is that right?
Yes.
And it may be the fact that we do that again. So I don't think it's unreasonable for us to counter knowing that we might have to do that and continue to look anyway. I mean, I don't mean, again, nothing bad against Mr. King, but just that it wouldn't be bad to us to continue to look, because we might find the right person who has a great relationship where we need it.
Did we budget for a lobbyist during this fiscal year?
We had a budget amendment for it because when the fiscal year started, we didn't know we would need a lobby.
Right.
So we did an amendment and we did budget for it?
Or more specifically, we had a couple of lobbyists under contract, KTS Strategies and Wardensmith. But when the budget went into effect in July, we were not anticipating that third King and Company contract.
Right.
Hold on, please. What did we budget?
We budget one item that Dee will look up for you for legal fees,
Yes.
and that typically covers our municipal attorney. We've got outside attorneys for other matters, and I believe we just took those lobbyist costs directly out of legal fees, since at the time, those first two companies, lobbying firms, were attorney firms. Sebastian King is not, but, or King and Company is not.
So if you're putting it into, if you're putting it into that bucket, are we under, over, or on target?
On your financial packet, as of December 31st, we've got $300,000 budgeted for all legal fees to include lobbyists. And so it's kind of we don't get the bills for December until January. So that actually, since this was what we had been billed as of December 31st, that means that only includes up to end of November, legal fees and lobbyists. And so we've spent so far $192,000.
Do you project that we would go over budget by continuing the contract of 8,000?
No. But to answer Mr. Hamilton's question, if we contracted for a year at $8,000 a month with Sebastian King, that's $96,000, and that is 1.9% of the budget. Of the budget expenditures. But that includes capital expenditures too, like, Bandera and the AMI, and it's a higher percentage of operating budget.
Okay, so you're saying it'd be a higher, okay, I got you, so we took out those capital. Thank you, Dee, for doing that.
I have the fourth quarter pulled up right here that Tim just signed for the Secretary of State for our lobbyists for 23, and it says total cumulative combined payment for services of all lobbyists of the principal registered in 23 is $141,331 even.
Wow.
So that covers Ward and Smith, KTS, and King and Co.
And that's why I said that it's so much more than what we're paying Bob, because that means that, half of our legal budget has been going to lobbyists, but it's not just what we're paying Bob, it's also the ongoing lawsuit that we have an outside attorney that we're also paying with the Harriman Nelson lawsuit.
What's that registration fee?
He has to be registered as a lobbyist, and so that costs $250 for him to be registered as our lobbyist.
And the billing information, how come it wasn't to his name?
He can put whatever he wants to with it as his company.
No, I think she means that one of the bills might have had something.
Yeah, it says
I think it might
Southern
have been
States
clear.
Police Benevolent Association.
What?
The $250 bill? That's who the billing information, it's his, I think it's his address, but it says Southern States.
I think we might have given us
Yeah,
a.
he made it, he made
We got to change client.
Yes.
I don't understand.
It's to the Southern States.
If he has multiple clients.
That's his bill.
If he has multiple clients,
Yeah.
there's a possibility he may have sent a bill out to us and forgot to change the name of the client.
So then we need a new copy with our name on it.
Probably wouldn't be a bad idea,
Well,
just to make
that's
sure.
that's not our record, that's his record, but I can ask him for another copy of his record.
Is this an expense that he asked the town to pay for?
Because, and I knew it was coming because we have to pay $250 for him.
So do you have one of these with his name on it?
That's the
Well,
one that he attached to his invoice.
Okay, yes, it's from the.
I'll ask him for a updated one with the right.
Yeah, I see.
Why wouldn't that
I assume
250
this
just
is a
be
credit
in
clear.
the 8,000?
What's that?
But do what?
Why is that an extra cost? Why wouldn't that just be in the?
Maybe.
Well, that's part of negotiating the terms. I mean, I think, for instance, I don't know if there's been a lot of stuff going on. So, for instance, when he spoke to me recently, there are certain other fees, and I think it's one of the things that Bob said to us. He said, what fees are there? And but there's a fast pass that he wants to be able to use. I think he was going to try to see if each of the municipalities would break that up a little bit and pay a portion. I think he wanted us to pay like $250.
If you want me to go back to him and ask him for a refund.
Wait, no, no, no,
Fast
no,
pass
no.
for driving?
What's that?
For us to cover this fast pass for
No,
driving?
the fast pass, and I know very little about this, so remember that when I'm telling you. It would be similar to something like you would use when you're going into a building, maybe to help get you quickly through security or something like that, or faster to the general assembly. Not on the road.
And that costs money and he wants us to help pay for
I
that?
think it's like, I think he said it's like,
Well,
you know, I think,
yeah, I kind of agree with you, because if he has other clients, is every client paying for that same fast pass?
and I think that might
That's
have
part
been.
of your business costs.
Well, I think he was trying to incorporate that into all of his clients. I think he wanted us to pay a part of that. Was that not in the text stream? I'm trying to send the full text stream of what we talked about. Was that not in the text stream?
I do.
What's that?
You mean email?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there was no text.
That wasn't, you didn't see that, John? I'll go back and look. I meant to include it when I included the forwards. If I didn't do it, I'll go back and send it. But he said that he wanted, I think all of his clients to each chip in like $250 for that fast pass. And then the other amount. But it sounds to me like we need to talk about whether or not we're going to change the major terms or accept those major terms without even discussing that yet. Or if we want to take in counter something. So,
Mr. Hamilton, I think you're asking for some feedback and maybe some direction.
yeah, because I don't really have a strong, I mean, like I said earlier, it's kind of like insurance. You know, I wish we had a little more time. I've tried to engage with, very recently with Miss Christensen again. I'd love to hear back from her as well and a couple other folks, just because it'd be great to have a little more input from different people on what they think. Let them tell you what they can offer you, right? It's like attorneys, you know, when we talked, Mr. Crothers said earlier, different attorneys will tell you different opinions. And, you know, you want to kind of hear what different people can do. You know, they have access in different ways.
Can I ask y'all a financial clarity thing that might be helpful? So the reason that, like Scott said, the reason that this was under legal fees is because the first lobbyists that we hired were attorneys. Would it be helpful to y'all if I made a separate account that was legal fees and lobbyists, and that way you can see how much we've spent on lobbyists? It's already separated out in your financial packets, and I know everybody stays up late and studies. Would that be helpful? If not, no, then I won't, but,
Yeah, if you want to share that, I mean,
or I can just give you an update and share it with you or whatever, but
Which is easier, just to go ahead and put it in buckets or to,
it's 6 of one and half a dozen of another. However y'all want to see it on the financials is fine with me. You want to break it out on the financials? Okay.
It makes sense.
and it's, going back to Mr. King again, you know, my discussion of him in no way reflects, I don't want it to reflect negatively because he's been nothing but communicating. I mean, he's very, very open to talking to me, and he seems very eager to help, and I like that about him. But at the same time, you know, we have these positions where a lot of people trust us to make the right decision, and so I don't want to.
I would, for your feedback, John, I would recommend that we revise the agreement and have our town attorney review the confidential info and the restricted covenants that I sent via email. Unfortunately, it was a little late this week. I'd like for that to be reviewed to see if that's possible, if it's needed. And I think we should renegotiate a 30-day out. I think 10 days could be considered a bit brief and potentially untrustworthy. I think 60 days may be what he had is a bit high, so I would go 30 days and.
He originally had 30.
I'm sorry, let me interrupt.
Yeah.
Are you, is this
I'm just
discussion?
talking- No, discussion.
You're not making a motion?
No.
Okay.
And then I think 7,500 seems like what everyone else has been at. So I would say something along 7,500 and 30-day out.
I think
I would like to see a list of fees and that he's expecting us to pay outside of whatever we negotiate, because if
I
that's
didn't get that. I thought I seen that.
if that's just him doing business as King and Company, we shouldn't have to pay for that.
Well, Mr. Warnick, we discussed that, and Mr. Warnick actually revised the contract to make sure that it spells out that only fees that are in relation to his representation of town. So we're not paying for him to be a lobbyist, obviously, we're paying for him to be a lobbyist for us. And so that actually is in the contract now, that it's only those fees that are associated directly with us. And then if he, and
Yeah,
as far
but
as,
for that amount of money, I think the fee should just be in there.
I will say that's the only other fee that he's billed us for is that $250. Everything else has just been a
Wasn't that
flat.
broken out on the Fort Smith invoice when she did the when she went and got registered?
She
Didn't they
charged us
charge
that 250 also.
The KTS, I don't remember that one.
I think so, but let me, I want to say I think so, but I would like to go back and
But
clarify.
going forward,
I
I'll
think-
let it spelled out, but that's
I think
included.
that aspect of it is pretty standard.
I think so.
Not that I know anything about lobbyists, because it's been a learning curve for me as well.
yeah, I think Mr. Sessions would probably agree here too, that if we don't, whatever we do, if we don't agree on a contract with him relatively soon, we won't be represented by anybody going in February. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So,
I also agree with what you said earlier.
what was that?
They're not going to go back into session until April.
Yeah.
And I don't foresee a scenario where anything happens. But
But they didn't officially shut down long session, so, and they can, I agree with you, but they haven't,
So they could do something with it anytime.
right, because they never officially dismissed long session. I agree with you, but.
I've got an email chain that I'll send to everybody that's got that on there, and forgive me if I haven't already sent it, I thought I did. I think that was a separate one, I was trying to keep them all together, but just to give you a quick, what he has said is that it's custom for every lobbying firm and client, the General Assembly raised its cost last year to $500 for the client and $500 for the principal. So it sounds like it used to be $250, so the cost for us is now from $250 to $500, I believe. And then in regards to additional fees, they've started a lobbyist fast pass. He's asked all of his clients to split this cost. This ensures no wait times for lobbyists to get to the General Assembly by eliminating security checkpoints for us. The total cost of this is $2,000, so I'm asking each of my clients to contribute $250 for this.
How many clients is
That means she has 8.
And so this is the cost. And we should be a little careful too in, well, I don't want to do anything that would disadvantage our lobbyists in helping us either, right? So, but I'll forward that to everybody so you all have it. And,
So, I'm sorry to interrupt, just from a point of facilitation, 30 minutes to lunch, and I know you've got another item, so I'm just being that facilitator role and reminding folks that our time
We have
compressed
two
schedule.
So, kind of summarize, I think Lynn was saying, let's be sure what the fees are. I think we're going,
Let's
John?
make sure the names are correct on the fees.
Yes, thank you. John was saying, let's itemize the lobbyist expense out. And I
No, he
suggest.
said there wasn't a list. She asked, was there
Yeah, I
a
was
list?
like,
He said
yeah.
In our.
We want to separate.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
And then.
no. I was wrong to that.
Yeah, I agree with you.
My feedback to you, because you were asking for feedback, not a motion, the feedback was, I did send an email on confidentiality and restricted covenants, as well as a 30-day and the 7,500. So that's the feedback so far.
How long?
6 months. That's what's on the contract as it is right now.
well, do we want to counter, and if he says no, he says no, and we look, like Mr. Sessom says, Mayor Sessom says, it's not till April. We don't want to wait to the last second, obviously, if we need somebody.
I liked your first, or one of your first.
His first offer.
Offer.
He just counted.
Well, you were going to counter, but also at the same time look to see if there's anybody else who's the best fit.
I will. And that, like I said, that doesn't speak negatively to Mr. King at all.
No.
But I think it wouldn't be a bad idea for us to continue looking. I think when we first started this process, before Heath and I were here, we had a list. The council had a list of folks, and it looks like I think Mr. Hornick assisted in that. And I'd love to engage back and forth with Mr. Hornick a little bit as well, and Scott, see about we have input from them too about how we should do it. And some of those things, you know, could require us to have Mr. Hornick give us legal counsel as well on in the closed session.
Those three, of those two, Janelle gave us KTS, the contact she has, and I think Whitney came from Bob Hornick.
And I've been receiving several names too over the last couple of days just from my resources through legal community.
What do you
I think we still need to negotiate.
I agree.
You still think we definitely need a lobbyist right now?
I don't see the harm in it right at the moment. I don't think it's gonna.
Change anything at the moment, so
What do you think, Tim?
On what topic?
The lobbyist and keeping one and who and all of it?
on the offer as is, as it stands, should we accept it, you think, or do you think we should counter it, or?
Probably I would try to counter the offer and maybe get on the phone and try to hammer out something, get it negotiated and be done with it. I feel like we need to be represented. And, you know, if you get the right lobbyist, who's not only going to work with us on this issue, but could also help us with future funding and going to the General Assembly for funds for something outside of the OP annexation plan.
And right now, do you think he's the best option for something?
He's the only one I know.
Yeah, that's why I think it's.
I know three. He's the third.
Like you said, this is a relatively new thing, I think, for Summerfield.
I think I phone interviewed 2 other people, and I can't even tell you what their names were. The 2 that we went with were the most highly recommended. And Chess was, I mean, they were ready to negotiate a deal. They will help us negotiate a deal. I mean, you were there when I met him for the very first time. And I kept stopping him going, hey, that's not where we are. And he said, oh yeah, but I'm going to get this done for you. No. And what was it, a month later, I said, man, this just isn't working.
That's a good refresher.
And it's interesting too, because I've heard glowing reviews about, you know, so of course your experience is a little different.
That is the exact experience. I have a witness on that.
Yeah.
I think Mr. King has kind of been engaging and receptive thus far.
And, you know, the work that he's going to have to do for us between now and April, he does. I mean, a lobbyist does things outside. A lobbyist does things besides just go to the General Assembly. So they're represented too. If they go to social gatherings, they try to use those connections here and there. When they go to the General Assembly, it's my understanding that they should already have a feel of the pulse of what's going to happen. That's not when the work's going to be done. Kind of like in litigation, you prepare before a trial. When you get there, you just put on the show that you prepared for. So we don't want to get somebody in April before April. But the amount of work that has to be done between now and then, it might not be a lot. So I don't think it's a horrible thing for us to come back and to offer something lower than his 8,000, and with the 30 days ability to bow out of it. Because lobbyists, it is something new for us here in Summerfield. And I've talked to some other towns as well, and a lot of them don't have lobbyists. They just have good relations with their representatives. And that might be something that I think we should start doing. Invite some of the representatives here for our meetings and get them. Who is it now? Is it Garrett?
Michael Garrett.
And so, which oddly enough, I think Michael Garrett, did he run against? Didn't he run against? Did he not?
Against Sebastian?
No, King.
No. Well, he may have, but the person he beat to go there was Trudy Wade.
Gotcha. Okay.
I don't want to inhibit the really great discussion, but we do have a lot of other items. Do you have enough feedback thus far?
I'd love for somebody to make a motion on how they like to proceed. I mean, if you want to, I can start it and then you can tweak it.
I feel like we have a consensus. Do we have a consensus?
I remember it was really torn on it, but I can go with the majority,
What's the consensus, Mr. Sessom?
to renegotiate, go,
Renegotiate.
yeah.
Well,
Go again, 7,500
Do you want
for
me
the
to make
day
a
out.
motion? I'll try.
Okay, all right.
Agreed.
I'll make the motion that we go back to King and Company and try to renegotiate what his counteroffer was a new counteroffer, decreasing the monthly amount of cost, and even if that was going back to your 6,500, and then in addition, doing your suggestion to the 30-day notice. I also would like fees considered, and are there any other fees that are going to pop up? But I don't necessarily agree that that is on us, because I think that's just the cost of doing business. Good enough? That
So
cover
I
everything?
take it you're, and I'm sorry, Mr. Sessom, am I allowed to ask questions?
Well,
Well,
you made a motion.
let's just see if we can get a second. Do we have a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second, further discussion. You can offer,
Thank you.
yeah,
So do you mean that we're voting to not accept the offer as is, and just give a counter,
We're going to counter
30 days, and to see if I can negotiate something
A little lower.
a little lower?
lower.
What's the price at now?
I would suggest, because you said the number 6,500 in your motion,
I did
I would,
say that.
I would suggest
Take it out.
taking that out.
I'd like to amend that.
I
to-
accept your amendment. You take the 6,500 out, and you just negotiate a cost lower than 8,000. Can I say that?
Yeah, not to exceed.
Do you want to know the motion that I wrote? To see if it works?
Sure.
To renegotiate the King Co. contract, the new counteroffer to decrease the monthly cost and add a 30-day termination notice, and have the lobbyist to list all fees that will be charged outside the monthly fee.
And that means that as of February, if we don't have anything worked out, we have no contract with him at that time. And D, if we do work out something, you need to make sure, I know, because I don't, how I make sure that you, what is it, periodic?
But yeah, I'll contract, she gives me the contract.
Okay.
We want those fees negotiate or as a part of that monthly fee, or
I
are we
think it needs to be
willing?
spelled out in the contract.
And they would be separate, or?
And I don't know how the other contracts worked. I can't recall if those fees were, do you know if we paid fees to the other?
The only fees,
I told you now-
fees we pay with the registration.
Yeah, I think we did, but I really would like to go back and look. I can go look upstairs if you want.
You don't have to right now.
Okay. I'm not.
I don't want to, I just don't want it to mean that we're okay with paying
Any other fees?
any other fees.
It says for him to list all the fees that he would charge out of that, if it's 65, 75, 8, whatever it is, he needs to tell you up front what he would charge.
Yep.
But we're not agreeing to pay for that.
Well, that would be in the agreement
Be in
for
the
us to
contract.
review and sign off on.
All right, just, I want to be clear.
Okay, seconded by E.
So you're seconding?
Mhm.
Okay.
I don't know if we can actually do it that
So-
way, because that's not what she said. Does it have to have the amendment?
No, I did.
She extended it, so,
Okay.
But she said the amount.
but now part of promotion.
Not to
She worked
exceed
out the motion
8,000.
out. Everybody knows what her current motion is, so I think we're good. I don't have Bob here to ask, so I'm going to forge ahead.
Does everybody agree with it?
Yeah.
The way she read it?
By the way,
Yes.
I get to ask that.
I'm sorry.
Okay, is there any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion as read, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, it is unanimous. Item number 10A, the CIP projects and updates. We've got about 20
I'm good.
minutes to make lunch on time.
Right, I'm going to make this fast. So this document was just adopted, well vetted by Finance Committee and adopted by Council this past September. What you see on the screen is just the table of contents, explains what capital planning is, our capital planning process, capital distinctions, meaning those terms, jurisdictions refer to them differently sometimes, and just being clear about it. And then more information about financing the capital program. So we're going to get right to page 10 of that document, what I think most people really always want to focus on is the actual projects in that 5-year timeline. It's a little bit hard to show in a screen this small, but I'm going to just take you through the projects that are on our list, and then we can dig down if you have specific questions. And given our time restraints, I'm just going to put this up here and let you absorb the projects. We'll look at the money as you've got questions and the spread over 5 years, but this is what is on the current CIP.
So as you said, this has been in place since September, and it's been pretty well circulated, I think. I think we might kill two birds with one stone if we move on to item B and talk about the projects and initiative spreadsheet, because that's going to give you more of a breakdown, and I think that's what you guys have been interested in. So does anyone have any questions on the CIP in its current form?
If anybody wants a hard copy of that, I'll be happy to provide you with one as well. It's really
And
good.
of course, it's long been on the website and easy to find, but just last
It's
little...
in the budget booklets that everybody got.
No, the CIP is a separate document from the budget booklet, but
I thought it was in the, was it
We
last
have a
year's
copy
book?
of that.
No, everybody got hard copies of that, but it's
I'm at
on the
new
website.
council. If you want a hard copy of it, I'll print it out for you. Y'all,
But-
old council has that.
The thing I'd like to point out to everybody is if you will look briefly, and you can't see these numbers in the spread, I'm going to just show you. So what we have budgeted over 5 years in capital projects is,
We don't have it budgeted.
well, you're right. What I'm saying is what we have in our CIP, our capital improvement plan over 5 years. This number right here is $19+ million. And what's really interesting, I think, for the public and for you, especially new council members, is this column is grant funded, and 14.85 of that 19 million is grant funded. So town funded leaves this column over here that's 4.2 million. So that just gives you a big picture of $19 million planned in capital expenditures over 5 years. 14.8, almost 15, is grant or externally funded.
And these are just things that we might do, we don't have to do, or we're definitely gonna do, or?
These are things strategically that this past year, council has said, and the finance committee by recommendation, has said we are in support of these projects. So, and I'll just pull out one, Parks and Rec, a couple, the Greenway, the community park bridge replacement. You know, there are certain things that we have either budgeted partially or fully for D. So for instance, in this current budget, we also have that bridge project budgeted, and it's on our CIP. But a lot of these projects, of course, go over the course of 5 years.
So like the SAP Phase 2, can, do we already have that land and are planning it, or that's just we might do it?
Good question, Jeff.
Yeah,
Speak to
that is just a phase 2 that when the park was originally built. Typically what happens, we have discussion each year about that, if that's something we want to move forward to. It's not a necessity that we have it, but you know, each year we go look at our uses of the park and how many people use it, and do we want to fulfill the phase 2 that we originally planned. When we did our Parks and Rec master plan, that was something that people in the community said, hey, this is something we need, was additional fields. Just because it's up there doesn't mean that we want it. I mean, sometimes, I mean, even if it's up there, I may say, hey, look, we just can't handle it internally because of our staff needs or whatever.
Do we already own that land?
We do own the land,
Okay.
yes. And there would have to be some minor adjustments to the original master plan that they had if we want to. I think the original called for 2 soccer fields. Well, over time, I've been here almost 12 years, going on 12 years. there's not need for 2 soccer fields. There's a need for a baseball, softball field, and a soccer field. So it could affect cost less, you know what I'm saying? Or we decide we only want one, we don't mind, or we decide we don't want it at all. But that's just something that's just been up there that we always have a discussion with each year. Is that something that we want to move forward to and actually do?
And to add to that, so a master plan calls for these fields, and if we don't have it on our capital improvement plan, if we just say, well, we're going to put it out there somewhere in the future, that's how projects get off of elected officials and towns' radar. So what we've been doing is each year we talk about this. There's never an immediacy of council opinion that we are going to tackle this coming year. So right now they're budgeted in year 4 or 5.
They're not budgeted.
I mean, they are, you're right, they're not budgeted, but they are placed in our capital improvement plan for planning purposes in year 4 and 5.
So,
Basically, we just chart it out.
Yes.
So it's keeping it in the front of our mind. We're always thinking about it. Therefore, we can be talking about it with the General Assembly. When they say, hey, have y'all got anything coming up? We're not talking about something that's not on paper anywhere. We can say, well, as a matter of fact, we do.
so my question is, are these for sure's or maybe? Some of these
Okay,
are maybes.
let me say this, if in that column that says 23, 24, that means that is what the prior council, some of y'all were part of, some of you weren't, put in this year's budget. So those are things that are, yes, those are going on right now. Now, starting with FY 24 and 25, that's your decisions. You can put those in the budget, or you can say scrap that. You can undo what prior councils have done, or you can make a new direction.
Okay.
But those things in the 2024 column are budgeted right now, going on for this year. And we spent a lot of time yesterday with Heath. It was great to talk about all these things, Cheryl and I. And what is really clean for us is if we can start and stop a project in the same year, because that takes away the ambiguity of, well, what is the next council going to say? Oh no, I didn't want to do this. Like the amphitheater, for example, that was great because we started and stopped it in the same year, and then and finished it. Not stopped the project, but we finished it in the same year. But so many times they carry over into other fiscal years, and that's why different amounts are listed in different years.
And the $2 million expenditure for the phase 2 of the park, that $2 million is half of the $4 million that's coming out of the town budget. So we know that's coming up. We have time to try to find funds so it doesn't end up coming out of the capital fund balance.
Well, and like I was telling Heath yesterday, of all the things that we do every year, this document causes me the most fear and gnashing of teeth. Because Scott and I are going, holy cow, what do we put on there for how much fields might cost 5 years from now? And then people mistake budget and make it just like the Bandera thing, and you say, well, this is over budget, and I repeatedly want to say it's not budgeted yet, because I don't, as you heard him talk about what my legal responsibilities are, I'm not allowed to go over budget on things.
What's the proper term?
Yeah, I'm just using the wrong term.
Projected expenditures, estimated costs.
Okay.
And so I'm very uncomfortable with the word budget because I don't want the public to misconstrue things and say this project's gone over budget when it's not even budgeted yet. We haven't gotten there.
Originally, excuse me for interrupting, so originally on there are
projected estimates
are
not the same thing as budget.
Right.
Now they're Y, so there's an increase.
It's gone over the
I think the,
projected estimate, but it hasn't gone over
The
budget.
dashboard that you had requested earlier on is what we were working on. I think that'll
It'll be helpful. Because I'm not allowed to go over
So while we're
budget.
there, can you just keep talking
Sure.
and talk about projects and the initiative spreadsheet?
Well, I think it would be best to call up the spreadsheet that Cheryl and I did
Okay.
first, and then we'll switch it over to the much prettier, fancier thing that Heath has done. Because man, nobody ever normally looks at my spreadsheet, so they're plain Jane. But his is great. So let's start with the one that Cheryl and I did. And what gets confusing to the public and to council is So the law says that we can only budget what we think we're gonna spend in this year, and it's not just what we spend, it's what are we going to get completed. So as you see in our budget on capital things, we try to think in March and April when we're putting together the initial budget draft to give you how much do we think we're going to get finished 15 months from now. So it's really hard to try to do, but that doesn't mean that's the whole lifetime spent on the project. So let's start with the first one up at the top. If we talk about the welcome sign, we have already spent $6,670 in prior budgets. So that's why the current budget only shows $75,000 because that's what we were projecting to do in the current budget. It doesn't mean that's all that project cost.
Where did the 81 come from?
If you add 6670 and 75,000.
I know that, but how did you get, before you ever did the other two columns?
I can address that. So the 6670 has already been spent in other budgets with surveying the site, cutting some trees, the engineering, the structural engineering of the sign. So we already had that initial investment in it, and when we budgeted for it, we had a pretty strong indication that it could be actually built. So think of the sign company and any contractors for 75. So that's why we asked 75 and we hit it pretty darn close.
Who projected the 81?
That's what I was getting ready to say. Okay,
Nobody.
so nobody projected that. In the year that we spent the 6670, I can't remember if it was the year before last or last year. We had the budget for the whole sign in that budget, but we kept getting too high bids or not enough contractors bidding. And so we were hopeful to get the sign completed in that whole year. So we budgeted for what we thought the sign would be, which was.
Who came up with what you thought it was going to be?
We did, Scott and I. We just sat there and said, you know, what do we think we could get this bill for? It's very difficult because, you know, we don't really know until we get specific bids from contractors about how much things are going to be. So it's just what we think it might be. But we didn't get to spend it all in that year because of that. And so the current budget is the $75,000 because we said, okay, now we have a way to get specific bids from contractors. Here's the construction documents. Here's the engineering.
I understand all
Yeah.
that. I just wanted to know where
Right.
the original came from.
So the total estimated cost doesn't necessarily mean original budget. That means how much do we think it'll cost now. So, and then if we want to look at so we gave this to Heath, and he said, okay, let me make something that is more in line with what he thinks council is looking for. And then he made, which I'm going to update. So we just had this meeting yesterday, so I haven't had time to update the dashboard. But, so this is what I'm going to update, and it has a lot more information on it.
And we also kind of skipped the other page of that Excel sheet, which is grants.
Grants, yes.
For simplicity, we'll stick with this one.
Yes. And he still has a second page for grants as well.
So it sounds like this is a working process.
Which, I mean, he may want to address it, but it.
Maybe we just want to, I mean, it looks like you're making great progress. Push an update to the next.
I think what I'm always looking at is.
Is that enough time?
Is this where we can look at it at any time
This is a snapshot in time that.
And I can update it every month with what we're paying.
So you'll know exactly when something started, when it's due, when it actually completed, what was estimated cost, what was the true signed document quote cost, what was budgeted, and where are we? Are we hitting that actual amount, or are we over the course of the entire life? It may be 6 months, maybe 6 years.
And so what I told Heath yesterday is I can update that monthly and include it in your council packets. And that way, every month when you get your financial packet, you can look at it and say, you know, where are we, you know, with these projects?
What we were talking about just real quick yesterday was it is challenging because she is regular compliant to do a budget and carry everything within that fiscal year. This kind of puts it as an entire lifespan.
Right.
So the next year, you're like, hey, we're under budget, we're over budget, well, it's a whole new budget. Or like you said, it's not been budgeted yet. This hopefully will provide some clarity. We'll have to get council feedback, but it's, like you said, it's a work in progress.
Okay, that looks great. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Dee. Thank you, Dee.
I think it'll be helpful.
Awesome.
Great. Any other discussion on 10A or B? We're about to finish 4 minutes early.
Can I see that grant page for a second?
Yeah, forget the 4 minutes early.
Do my grant page, because I
Okay.
think right here.
Yeah.
Well, do my grant page, because I haven't looked at this, and I'm not sure if all the numbers are reflecting what I want them to say. Okay, there we go.
I think I carried it over.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't really looked at it. Those are the current grants that we have right now.
Can you hold still for a minute?
I'm just, trying to get it bigger for you.
This is what you originally started for me, because I couldn't figure it out, I can't keep up with it. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate that, because I have referred back to that, like, wait, tell me, what was that? Yeah.
And I have spreadsheets on every project that we have, and that's why I was saying yesterday to y'all, that's why all these things are readily available. Like, if anybody has any questions about it, I update, every time we spend any money on any project, then I update my spreadsheet on that. And I did already receive $70,000 from Guilford County to kind of start us off on Bandera, but we've not spent it yet. We just got it this month.
Thank you.
2 minutes?
We can still save 2. Any other questions? I'm going to ask you a question, point of reference here. I read somewhere we talked about a working lunch. Are we doing a working lunch? Are we taking time for lunch? What was the lunch plan?
There was mention of that. We've got on the agenda that you adopted recess for lunch, but I think that's, your prerogative, council's prerogative to decide how you want to do it. We have caught up and we're on time.
I'll ask you guys want to recess then till 12:45. Have time for a bio break, wash your hands, get your food. I felt like bio break and get your food should not go together without a wash your hands. That's my mother and me. Y'all want to take till 12:45,
Sounds good.
then reconvene. Let Jeff go. Well, that's acceptable. I'm just going to call a recess until 12:45.
Please.
You don't have to do a motion, let's just recess. Let's break the rules.
Well, it's on there. We're just on there.
Yes, call them to break.
Yeah.
Thank you.
From the police benevolent thing?
I guess that's probably the person he got his first license under. So I'll get one of them. I'll be glad to tell him, hey, we think that would be.
Oh, you mean like he was a lobbyist for them?
I think that's probably what
I
it
think
is.
that's who he gave me as a rep.
Okay, that's just like,
And then
next one, next one.
he just didn't switch it out when he sent us the
I
invoice?
think it was just a clerical error,
I think
most
it is.
likely.
I think it is.
Something's on.
Yeah, I just think that.
And I don't mean the clerical error, I think it's obviously.
Well, I should call it.
But you made the check out to him.
Because we anticipated.
Yeah, I do. That is a good thing about having a kind of public record request.
You kept.
At least they have a mistake from the thing.
So you guys will reconvene. Jeff, the floor is yours, sir.
All right, perfect. Well, I'm glad I get an opportunity to be here, talk to you guys. I know I hadn't met a whole lot with the council and stuff too. So each year when we do these retreats, I like to take an opportunity to kind of go over what we've done this past year that we've had at our parks and stuff going on. So what I've kind of done, I've kind of prepared and give you guys an idea of what we got going on in our parks and our usage and stuff too. So Scott, hit the next one right here. So we do have a couple parks. We have our Summerfield Athletic Park, which is where we have obviously our soccer field and our 3 baseball, softball fields that are there. So this past year, we had, go ahead and click the next one. So this past year, we obviously do rental. So our rental season starts about mid-February and goes to about mid to end of November. So this past year, we had 270 days that were rented at our athletic park. That means there was at least one field rented by a local organization or the local charter schools or our weekend organizations that use our field. So out of our limited number of days that we have, we close it down to 270 days was rented out. So the people who use our field or rent our field, and we have 3 local charter schools, which is Summerfield Charter Academy, Revolution, and Greensboro Academy, uses our facility to hold their spring and fall sports, and that includes soccer, softball, and baseball. Along with that, those schools that use our park, we have 2 local organizations that use it. One, the Summerfield Recreation Association, which is my #1 user that uses our park for their softball and baseball leagues. They rent our fields out, and then we have 2 outside organizations that hold weekend tournaments. That will be baseball or softball, and typically we hold about 20 plus. We schedule more, but typically what happens is with the weather or the organizations may not have enough teams to form a tournament that weekend, so 20 is about what we average out of that. We brought up earlier about talking about phase 2 with our fields. You can see right now we're completely booked. Our fields are used 5 to 7 days, mostly 7 days during a hot season of somebody renting it out. So it doesn't leave a whole lot of time for other organizations that want to rent our field. We're just booked. And that's kind of the norm around here, Oak Ridge, Stokesdale, even in Greensboro. Fields they're hard to come by with so many travel teams popping up. You do have some organizations, other athletic organizations that pop up that don't have anywhere to go. So each year we kind of talk about our phase 2, which would include a couple of other fields, and that's something that I always want to keep on you guys' radar to understand, hey, we do have a need for that, at least on the surface. Now there's other things that we could talk about. I'll move on. We also have a shelter out there at our athletic park that we just built a few years ago, and it's heavily used too. We have a lot of the schools will hold their banquets. They'll hold parent meetings out there, and typically the organizations who rent our facility, either the soccer field or our tournament weekends, they will actually rent that facility out too for a spot for their teams to go to get out from under the sun. They can hold a little cookout out there. So that was a good addition that we did a few years ago for that. Move on to the next one. So this is our current items that we have in our budget that we budgeted for that we're going to have at our park that we're going to be doing currently. So you can see the top is our warning tracks. So what we'll do, it'll probably be myself along with some of our, well actually our one contractor will come in and we'll actually, before the season starts, we'll get that cleaned up, throw down some brick dust.
What's a warning track?
Warning track is basically an area from grass to dirt that will allow, it tells the player, hey, I'm getting close to the fence. So it's warning them that they are very close to a fence. So it's kind of just a built-in thing for players to realize, hey, I'm off the grass and getting ready to get too close to the fence. So that's typical for the baseball and softball. That's just the norm. So that's the current thing that we're getting ready to begin here very shortly. Our parking lot, we got a little age on our facility, so that's something that internally I'll be doing. I'll rent a striper and I'll actually paint our parking lot lights and get them a little fresher for our current rental season that's coming up this year. And that stuff is already budgeted already from, so we won't have anything to worry about right there going over budget.
Hey, I have a friend who does that,
Striping?
and I think he does it like on his own.
Yeah.
So if you just want to get a price to see if it's comparable to your time.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I like to do. I like to do stuff internally, but if it meets, obviously, in my budget where we won't go over, that's something that we can do.
I'll send you his contact.
Yeah. Here's something that I'm sure you guys are aware of. So here's two items right here that they went bad, and we really didn't have it budgeted, but it has to be replaced. Obviously, it has to be fixed. So I'm dealing with a septic pump that has gone out, and we are in contact with the original installer about getting that done. So just to give you an idea of what will happen there, obviously we'll get our quotes, we'll come back, and most likely, typically, I'm going to find that money in my budget. We're not going to do a budget amendment, we're going to find that, we're going to get that done out of my line items and stuff too. You got an irrigation system. Right towards the end of last year, we had irrigation ball valves and some solenoids and stuff that went bad. That's just current stuff. I try to build that in to anticipate some repairs that will be needed. But just like I said, each day I come in, it's an adventure. We don't know if the bathrooms are messed up, the water fountains are messed up. But we always, Dee does a real good job of giving me the financials and stuff each month. So we stay within the means of what we budget for, so we don't go over any of that. So we also have it budgeted for a new gator. The gator that we currently have at that facility has been around since 2011, and just like I said, it's used 5 to 7 days a week, and it's got some hours on it now that we're looking to replace. We're at the point now where the gator that we have is constantly being repaired and broke down sometimes too. So we actually have that budgeted to purchase a new one. We have a contract with Rebels that gives us a government contract that gives us a huge discount on that too. That's who we've used in the past. So that's coming up here pretty soon, and just like I said, we already have that budgeted, so that's not an additional request. And then this is what we talked about earlier. There you can see off to the top left, that's where the 2 soccer fields, that's where they projected the master plan years and years ago of land that we have. It's obviously not developed or graded off right now. That's where we have room for additional fields if we ever wanted to go take that step. Just like I said now, with the extremely small staff, myself only full-time, I have 1 part-time and then 2 seasonal. It's kind of hard to get all those fields ready because, it's just myself. So if we ever wanted to go that route for an additional fields, we'd probably have to internally talk about maybe hiring another part-time employee to help out with getting those fields, keeping them maintained and prepped for the renters that use them. And that's just something right there that we've got projected through our Parks and Rec master plan and our comprehensive plan of 26-27. That's not given, like you said, Janelle. That's just something we can discuss about it that is projected for that. Yes, sir, Joe.
You said part-time. Why not take the part-time, make them full-time? I'm just curious.
Well, right now, we've had that discussion before. So the way we operate our facilities now, we actually contract 2 different people that takes care of our facilities. We have a contractor, Hunter Enterprises, who fertilizes and maintains our specific Bermuda grass. So it has to be somebody who's obviously licensed and stuff too. He brings his own equipment, he brings his own manpower and stuff. So we're paying him under a contract to take care of that. We have an additional contractor who takes care of everything outside, and that's throughout the whole town, maintaining, mulching, weed eating, all that stuff right there too. So we did a study a few years ago, and it was easier for the town to contract that out, so we don't obviously have to have room for stores, equipment upkeep. It just worked out better for us with the amount of numbers. So if we ever wanted to adjust that and hire additional people, we want to make sure that position is obviously going to have stuff to do. You know what I'm saying? And responsibilities. But
can I add something to that?
Yes.
So we have the one part-time person, but if we added another part-time person, we wouldn't have to pay full-time benefits to 2
Okay.
part-time people.
Okay.
Right.
We talked about that a lot, but
And the part-time gives Jeff a lot more flexibility for when they can be available.
Yeah, no, I'm just.
and specifically for him, he works during the day for for Guilford
Guilford
County,
County, yeah.
and then comes here. So, but it is something we talk about.
Yeah, and that's just something that currently it works good for us. Now, as we keep on growing a little bit and adding more things, it may be something we could take a hard look at. But comfortably right now, I'm okay with what we got.
Okay.
Our next park, we'll move on, is our Summerfield Community Park. This is the park where obviously it has our trail, has our little lake, has an amphitheater, and a community center that we took over a few years ago. And that's a huge hot item for us now. Community center, we had 75 rentals in that facility last year out of 100 dates. So 75 out of 100 available dates, we had renters in there, renters from Summerfield, renters from outside of town, Stokesdale, Oak Ridge, even Greensboro, that held, obviously you can see birthday showers, reunions, bridal showers and stuff like that. So it's obviously it's the same building that you guys meet for your meetings. So along with the rentals we have a grandfather clause where the VFW and the Grange use the facility, the building, one day a month too. And then we have senior resources that also uses it one day a month too. So along with our renters that are typically Friday, Saturday, Sunday, our town council meetings, planning board, and even local schools and organizations in a sense like Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts. I typically don't charge for them just because they're here in Summerfield and I kind of take care of them. But that building is heavily used throughout the year. It's probably my number one renter right now of calling people inquiring about it, and internally Sarah and Cheryl kind of take care of me and answer those questions when I'm actually out of the office. Just like I mentioned, we also have a shelter there too. So we had only 20 rentals at our small shelter. Reason being is a lot of people now, since we have control of the community center, they would rather go into a climate controlled building, which I understand. So now we obviously didn't have the control of the community center until we took ownership of it a few years ago. That's now something that I kind of push people to. The reason being is it's just it's a better environment for them and it's easier to maintain, and they have a little bit of I guess privacy and stuff where they don't have to worry about other people coming to the park. Along with that shelter, we do have the elementary school that uses it a lot for their parties. They'll use it for the classroom trips and stuff too. They actually hold a camp out there each year that's pretty heavy used. I attended for that. And then we have our amphitheater, and along with the amphitheater we do rent that out too. We've held weddings out there, and also have local organizations that do their dance performances out there. We actually have talent shows that are out there that are used. And along with that, what Cheryl's going to get to, when we get to it, we also hold our music event out there too each year. So that's a great area that we have a lot of people in the community that take advantage of that use. This is something that you guys saw on the projected of the trail bridge. So this is a trail bridge that connects one side of the trail to the other side of the trail. And you can see it's about 16, 17 years old now, and it has a lot of boards, and it's starting to develop some, I guess, the undercarriage of 4x6 boards underneath that have a little rust to it. So that's something that we budgeted for, and I think I talked to Lynn earlier. We budgeted $250,000, but internally Scott and I talked, and we're gonna go on a little different route. We're gonna do, matter of fact, I talked to a local contractor just Friday, and we're gonna do a restoration of the bridge. So what that would entail is we're gonna strip obviously all the top decking boards off, the side rails off, and he's going to individually inspect all the boards. So we're going to save a lot going that route. And so I feel like we'll come, and I don't have any quotes yet, but I feel like we're going to come well under the projected 250 that we have budgeted on that. And that's just something we thought that would be good. Doing a little research with this, once it happened, the project happened before I got here, the boards were actually a donation from Lowe's or Home Depot. So when they actually built the bridge, and they're obviously, I understand, the startup of a town, they probably didn't use the proper boards that were made for outdoors, marine, quality. So that's the reason that we didn't get the life that we probably were supposed to. But we're going to do that now. We're going to use the proper boards and stuff that are marine grade, and it will last a little longer. And that cost is going to be down, just like I said, from what we projected. And that's currently happening now. So we're moving pretty fast with that. And that project will be done before June 30th.
Nice.
Yeah.
This is something that, just like I mentioned before, we had our bathrooms, or a set of bathrooms that we have at the community park. We had some damage that came in, and they actually tore the petitions down. Spray painted some of the floors and some of the walls, so they completely ruined the petitions that we had in the men's bathroom. That's something that we didn't have budgeted for, but just like I said, Dee and I sat down. We know that we have enough money in my budget that we're not going to have to do a budget amendment, and that project is supposed to begin February 8th. We have a local contractor, Kimco or something like that. Simcoe. We didn't even know they did it. Cheryl did the research and reached out to them, and that's something they're heavy in doing. So they actually came out and gave us a wonderful quote, and we jumped all over it for them to do that. So that's a project that's going to be currently going on to replace the damaged petitions and stuff that we have.
Insurance would cover that?
We explored it, and it was just, it didn't meet the threshold. It would do more damage than filing it.
Yeah, I don't like paying increased premiums for years to come for every something, because Jeff works really hard on his budget requests that he gives, and we always put enough stuff in there for any incidentals that come up in the park, which is why he's saying he doesn't have to do a budget amendment, is because he knows there's going to be, things that come up, data repairs or damage, or, especially the irrigation system going out. So he's put enough in the budget to cover these incidents.
And you're looking at a less than $2,000 repair right there, which is not, it's not
Which wouldn't be
as bad as we anticipated. We anticipated a whole lot more for that. So we're extremely happy with the company. So this is something new. Last year we just built our dog park, and we had a huge grand opening last year. Building a dog park, which we've never had before, so it was some growing pains associated with that, of how many people are going to use it, how is the surface going to hold up. So we've been going this past year of listening to a lot of citizens, talking to them throughout the day, and kind of seeing what they recommend and some of their concerns and stuff about our park. So currently we are looking at what is happening right now. You got to understand, this is a park that's basically open 365 days a year. If a dog owner wants to go out there after it's raining, even if it is raining, that's totally their choice. This is a park that we don't close down, and it is used by so many people here in Summerfield, and even people from Oak Ridge and even from Greensboro are just raving about how well this park was designed and built. So if you haven't been out there, maybe you have, but you know, you can go out there at any time, and it's a good opportunity. We like to go out there and just talk to the people that are out there and just, hey, ask them about it, what they enjoy. And it's hard to get a specific number on how well it's used, but you can go there at any time and you see, I mean, multiple dogs out there, which is obviously, it's great to see. But with that, we've got an issue where our grass right there is completely wore out. So Cheryl has done a lot of research and talked to some people that have dog parks and stuff too. So there are options that we can install in the sense of you have people put pea gravel down, people put regular mulch down. I mean, it just depends. Rubber mulch down. When we decided that our engineered mulch, which is basically equivalent to what we put down our playground, is what is used for a lot of dog parks, and that'll cut down on a lot of muddy areas, and it will make a lot of citizens happy that we're going to go that route. So that's something that we're currently doing. I've got to get playground mulch thrown in or blown into our playgrounds that we have here in the town, and that's something else that we're going to get done with our dog park. Now, along the lines of the same thing, that's something that we built in on our budget, so it'll be something that we'll have in my line item, that we won't have to do a budget amendment to that right there, so we'll just take it right out of there and not spend additional money for the town. You can move on, Scott, next.
Just thinking about it.
Thinking about it?
Yeah.
We'll move on. Basically, so we have our budget obviously coming up for the next fiscal year that we have to start looking at. And I think Janelle or somebody mentioned something, maybe Lynn, about how do we get these numbers that we project. Well, so for instance, what we have here, we have a couple of piers, and we actually have some paving issues. You can go to the next one, Scott. Some paving issues that are going to have to immediately be addressed. It's getting to the point where it's not really a safety issue, but it can easily become a safety issue. And we've discussed this for actually the last couple of years during this retreat, and I put it on the radar of council and stuff that this is something that we're going to have to address. So this coming up year, that's something that I will want to budget for. And what we'll do, to answer your question, we'll reach out to local paving companies and not get a real formal quote, but we'll get an idea of the distance and stuff right there about what it'll cost. And then we'll make our recommendation on what we need to put in our line item to get that done. So we're not, obviously well under. We'll be right around in the ballpark to get that done. So that will be a repaving of not the entire almost 3/4 of a mile, but probably about a quarter, maybe a little bit over a quarter that needs to be replaced just through the areas of where the tree roots have grown up. So that's just something that you guys will see, and you'll understand, hey, why have that on there for our community park. So I don't have any figures now, obviously, because I haven't talked to anybody, but we'll have those numbers and stuff you guys can see coming up when we start working for next year's budget. And then we obviously, our Trails and Open Space Committee, we work with them, and they are in the process, actually meeting today. They are walking our community park, and they're looking at areas you can see right there. We're getting ready to put a wildflower area on our Madeiras Trailhead, which it'll be seen when people walk the trails and stuff. That's something that they're doing internally. They're looking for places for birdhouses and additional benches and picnic tables. And the committee, they are actually the ones who worked. They put in so much time with the dog park that we relied on them to make recommendations, suggestions, and stuff of what we should do. So they're just kind of moving on to their next thing of the park, or what they want to do to make it better for the public and stuff to enjoy our park. So our next thing, Cheryl, she's going to talk about the type of events and stuff that we have going on, which is quite a few that she has to deal with, but she's going to give you more of a breakdown of kind of what we do and where we hold it at in our parks.
So Jeff went over the two parks. We just broke it up into which parks hold which events. Our music, we have 3 a year, June, July, August, right at our amphitheater. Typically go with the beach, top 40s. They draw a good crowd, probably around 450. And we shuttle people for those with limited mobility, with a gator and a tag along. And we coordinate with the local school to use their parking lot as well. Then we also have the fishing derby. You can see, we always get 50 kids and a waiting list, and partner with local groups and new Sportsman Wildlife. I don't know if you all know where that is, Winfrey Road. We're actually looking at.
Yeah, so this
moving our
year,
location.
yeah, we're actually, Sportsman Wildlife Club helped us out last year. They volunteered for our event. And they actually, if you go down Winfrey Road, they actually have a huge lake down there. And they reached out to us and they want to partner with us to hold and move our fishing derby event there. And we have their club members that are going to help us, and it'll be a little bit better event, just the reason being they keep it stocked. It's limited, obviously, fishing, where ours is kind of open to the public. So we're excited about a new partnership with them where our 50 to 60, we may go up a little bit more, fishing derby participants will be moving location over there and starting a new partnership with them to help us out with our fishing derby.
And additional volunteers.
Yeah, and additional volunteers too, which is big for us being so small. So they are offering that up. So we're excited to take them up on that.
And then moving over to our athletic park. We used to have our movies at the community park, and then just one event we had to move it to the athletic park, and it seems to be well received at the athletic park. Safety, parking. You can see that bottom picture is a movie event, field lights, huge crowd. So that is May, September, October. We have to plan around schools, the timing when dusk is. We always pick family-friendly movies that we typically get around 350, 400, depending on the timing. When it's later, when the movies start later, it's harder to get smaller kids out there. So September and October definitely is our larger crowd group. And then we have Touch a Truck. That is our large event we sponsor with Vulcan, and they are a tremendous help with that. Lots of business partnerships. And it's always a great event.
Yeah, and that event last year, Vulcan, who is one of our main sponsors, they gave out 900 hot dogs. So that gives you a pretty good idea of how well it was attended. Cheryl does a good job of contacting local businesses and surrounding businesses and stuff about getting the vehicles and stuff that the kids they just go crazy over to have that. So that's one of our largest ones that we have that is well attended by citizens.
And all of these events are free to the public. So, and then Christmas tree lighting event also. So Saturday we do it before Thanksgiving. We do that to not compete with our other local communities. We do these events just to know that Stokesdale, Oak Ridge, and Summerfield, we don't want to compete. So the Christmas parade, Oak Ridge, their Christmas event, so we just keep the same sponsorship with the Merchants Association, and the local Boy Scouts help us tremendously with the luminaries. Couldn't do it without all of these local partnerships, being a limited services staff and government. Then other properties, we have Founders Day, which is next to the fire department. They help us tremendously with that event, as well with setup and just any needs that we need. It is our largest event with the rides and food trucks and vendors, inflatables, everything that you can think of. We have multiple sponsorships. Lynn helps us with that. And then we have a volunteer appreciation day that anyone on a board or a committee is invited to. Typically go to a Grasshoppers game one night. And then the summer cycle event, that's held at Laughlin Professional Development Center, and that we partner with Guilford County Environmental Health. I think last year there were 355 vehicles that came through. and they just can come by and drop off white goods, shredded papers, tires, anything that they've been holding on to for a year, and want an easy drop-off location. And so I know that's appreciated by the community. And then just other events that don't occur on a regular schedule. Jeff's already commented on the dog park. We have historical marker unveilings. That could be 1 to 2 a year sometimes. And then the Trails and Open Space, they held 2 hikes because it was year of the trails. So they did 2 this year, and I think that was appreciated. So there are smaller trails within our community center not community center, community park that people are unaware of. And so that was very nice. Questions about events?
Well, I'll say something, and I'm sure you guys are well aware of this, but for me, Parks and Rec and our events is something that everybody in the town can get behind. Left, right, whatever you're thinking. I mean, that's why I take a lot of ownership. Cheryl takes a lot of ownership to make sure that we provide these services to the community because everybody enjoys it. So, I've been here, my goodness, going on 12 years, and that's something that I constantly want to make sure that we're providing the best service through our parks or our events and stuff that we do, and responsible with our budget items and stuff too, doing that. So we just wanted to kind of give you guys an update and an overview of what goes on just inside a little bit with our Parks and Rec department and stuff too, which it's just a small part of kind of what I do, but it's a large part too, if that makes sense. But Lynn Heavily, she works with us with a lot of events and stuff too, especially our Founders Day too. So that's just something I just want to throw out there. I know it's biased, but hey, we really enjoy our events and our Parks and Rec and our facilities and stuff that we have, because it's something I think the community all can rally behind.
Can I say 2 things?
Yep.
One, thank you very much. And Parks and Rec, I think, is always a positive for us in the community. It's the bright spot. And secondly, on the community center, once we took it over, we were doing updates and upgrading, and we said we wanted to, I think this is kind of the final stage of finishing out that project. We were going to see how the water was running around the building and stuff before we went and planted shrubbery or anything like that. I was looking at the picture with the greenery around it. Yeah. That makes a difference. Is it time to think about that, or
yeah, absolutely. So once we went the route of getting all the shrubs and stuff to make sure we wouldn't have any damage in our basement, right. I think we have solved that problem with the grading stuff that we could done. So yeah, that's something that I can look at. We could get our contractor, our maintenance guy, to do something. We can internally talk about what would look good there. We don't want to obviously make it look like it was, where it was kind of unattended, but yes, it would make it look a whole lot better with some greenery and stuff in front of the building.
Okay, I just want to make sure, like, timing-wise.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely something that we're, a lot of projects happen, obviously, springtime and summertime, right, just because of the temperature and stuff and the weather, getting people out. So that's something we definitely would. We've actually discussed that, but we just didn't know what we wanted to put out there yet. So yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
With this being strategic plan, I think we would recommend the same events. I know oftentimes citizens request more movies, more music, but we're happy with 3 movies, 3 music.
Yes, fine. That's a fine balance, obviously, with being limited staff and stuff too, and providing that too. So we're at a sweet spot of kind of what we do throughout the year. With that, even with rentals, that's the thing too. I mean, we can overload our parks with rentals after rentals after rentals, but then with the rentals, it's going to come cost of maintenance and repairs and stuff too. So, being here for a while, we kind of got a sweet spot with that. And we're always looking at too. We always look at our rates and stuff too. That what we charge for our community center. We've actually made and I had this conversation with Don earlier, we actually made 3 adjustments on our community center rates to get in line with other communities, other facilities like that, and to get in line too of kind of the value. I mean, we have an extremely nice facility that people are just dying to get into. So each year we look at that when do we need to make adjustments on our rates or what we charge for a community center or our parks and stuff too. So that's the revolving thing that we always look at each year.
And how much we're making on all our rentals are, Jeff looks at them every month too, but they're in your financial packet on the front page.
And I'm pretty competitive, so if I say I'm going to project that, I'm going to do what I can to make sure I get that. So that's just something I do internally to make sure we're along the lines of what we say.
He's in competition with himself.
Sure, can I give a little plug for Founders Day?
Yes.
Anybody out there who wants to sponsor Founders Day, contact Cheryl or myself because we're always looking for sponsors. And the other thing is with all the Summerfield churches, and that's churches in the town of Summerfield and still Summerfield but not in city limits, we're having a cake bake-off at Founders Day. I do have some churches who have signed up, and we're looking for bakers out of each of those fine churches. So if you have any questions, which I'm sure you do, please contact me or Cheryl, and Cheryl will help make sure I get the information to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you all for everything you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really great. That's great news. Watching Jeff and Cheryl in these roles and how they have evolved, and knowing where we started and how far behind the 8 ball Jeff was when he started with the sprinkler system that was installed that he had nothing to do with, and the babysitting of that has just, that alone is a nightmare enough. But it's been really cool to watch you grow and what happens out there. And Cheryl, your events just blossom. I mean, they really have. And every year I go to Touch a Truck and I go, I think this is more people than I've ever seen here before. And she said, you say that every year. I said, I think it's true every year. So it's truly, talking about balance, that's a great number that leaves them wanting more. But so those events are going to be well attended because they want more. But I think you're right at a good balance, as you said, with where we are, where the town is. People appreciate it. They really, really appreciate it very much. We do too.
It is. It's hard to say to citizens when they say in October, when's the next movie event? We're ready for the next one. And it's like, well, May.
Yeah.
But
we're kind of hoping for some snow maybe this year.
Yes, please.
Yeah, which I never say that, but you might say that. Okay, anything else on that? Any other discussion?
I just want to say we appreciate participating in it. It's a lot of fun.
Yes. We love the tractor.
You don't like the implement?
Next year you can bring
And
new
cow
barrel.
manure.
Yes.
Yes. Spreader.
Spreader. Yeah.
Spreader. Sorry, I needed that extra word.
Yeah, no
Okay.
new barrel next year.
Moving on to item number 12, the planning department. Brad, I'm sorry, you probably should have gone first because yours isn't near as flashy as theirs was. But nonetheless, very important. So we'll go to 12B, the UDO text amendment needs. Is that where you want to start? Is that good?
When are you going to do 12 days?
12A was removed last night by council, and Councilmember Devaney actually requested item B, so maybe you would want to kind of introduce that and then Brad can follow up.
Okay,
I'm sorry, I was talking to Dee. Can I hear that question?
last night I made the motion and
We
everybody.
removed 12A last night.
Yeah, I don't think that was meant to be on this one.
Right, so we took care of that yesterday. So 12B, I
It's the
asked,
same one.
I'm sorry, 12 days. we took off, right?
Yeah.
That's okay.
alright, so 12B, I asked for that to put
You're talking
on.
about this agenda versus the February agenda for the council meeting, not this same one.
Okay. So I asked for 12B to be put on here because last year there was made mention of, and we had started kind of a working tick list of making corrections where there might be a typo, or if two numbers in one particular ordinance didn't match and they were supposed to, making those corrections. So minor changes or tweaks just to tighten up our UDO. And so I knew that there was a cleanup list, if you will, and I just wanted to get that back in front of us, and hence the project list as well, so that we can go ahead and get this cleaned up.
January 3rd. So yeah, I guess so you want to go over just some of the brief highlights, I guess, of text amendments that are needed? Is that?
Yeah, that's fine. However you want to do it.
Wherever we're taking it, oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, so text amendments in general. So we adopt a ordinance, Unified Development Ordinance, in July 21, and no ordinance anywhere is ever perfect whenever it's adopted. So you always go into it. That's why it's built in to have these text amendments to be able to amend things that just don't work out. So my degree is in public administration, and it's a blessing that I'm able to do that in this role. Just saying that I administer the ordinance in a way. So through administration, you see errors, you see issues, you see policy implementations that didn't work as intended and maybe could work a little better, and that's where text amendments are coming more. So there are two big categories of text amendments. You have administrative text amendments and policy text amendments, which is what you all do. Administrative is more, this sentence says Article 5, or it should say Article 6, bad references, I missed a period here, there's a comma here, or maybe this should be in a paragraph, minor things like that that don't make sense. But policy text amendments are what you all approve with planning board recommendation and public hearings. So
I couldn't find that in my, unless you got a title for me. I don't see any emails from you for January 3rd.
Future text amendments summary, if that helps you. So I sent Scott earlier this month 17 just highlighted text amendment ideas, topics that we need to hit. I will admit that this has grown since then, I found another page of notes that need to be added. But at the time, these were the 17 big ones that maybe Scott has.
Send it home again.
Yeah,
I'm just not finding
that's all right. So I'll just cover a few of them. So we passed the text amendment for short-term rentals last year. I think again, we had one come through with a special use permit. We need to review that again. There's contradicting definitions for live work and dwelling live work.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt, but on that subject, how'd that end up? We did what we did, but it was still under the purview of the HOA.
So,
we said, well, good luck, y'all.
To my understanding, some neighbors, a handful of neighbors are still upset about the whole thing. It's still up in the air, to my understanding, about this HOA, since there isn't one, and whether or not the restrictive covenants for that specific example still are in effect. We approved the DCC, which is a development clearance certificate for that short-term rental. So in our eyes, everything's good until they finish all the work with the county. And once that's done, the applicant will come back to me and we'll go out.
So it still hasn't happened?
Still isn't completed, to my knowledge.
But HOA couldn't shut her down?
There's no HOA there, so.
That neighborhood doesn't have an HOA?
It's disbanded.
Wait, they were close to a neighborhood and they could have joined and they didn't join. Is that the one?
It's Trotter Ridge, and
It's a different one.
the HOA disbanded after.
Oh, that was another one.
20
It's
years.
a different one.
Okay, my bad, they're all running together.
Yep.
Oops. So just other brief ideas for text amendments. Clear delineation between private street, private lane, and private drive street. Those are all definitions in our ordinance, and they all essentially mean the same thing, but there's different nuances. It's come up several times about private streets. The I-73 Senate corridor distinguished that we all know about. The village overlay district is something that's I'm reviewing. It's different than the OSMV, Open Space Mixed Use Village. The village overlay district just needs, I think, some tightening up and maybe some further definition. Revising the street name change process, and these are just procedural things. Not all of these are big and flashy, but they are things that need to change in the future. One that's also big, that's been on there for a while, we have snack wagon and food buggy updates. So that's what our ordinance calls food trucks. And that's a carryover from the previous ordinance, and it's just an example of, we don't really have snack wagons or food buggies anymore. That industry had changed, and it's now food trucks. So we just need some more updates around that. And the last one I'll cover here, manufactured homes and modular homes. Our ordinance has a disliking for both manufactured homes and modular homes. And that's partly because of when we adopted the ordinance in 21, that carried over from the previous ordinance that we adopted from the county. And that ordinance was old at the time, so that's why these terms are a little bit outdated. But modular homes and manufactured homes today are very different. They're usually built off-site still, but nowadays are more built on a foundation, and they look more like, and operate more like actual homes that are built on foundations. But where our ordinance is written, it seems to be discouraged and disliked, so just some tightening up on that and maybe changing that to it. So I don't know what the biggest benefit is, if maybe we want to share this list of 17 with the council, if that's the best way to go forward. I don't know where else you would like to take that.
Could you share that, could you share that email with us?
Sure.
Just for the visual, everybody being able to see it?
And when you get those, just be aware that these aren't fully vetted yet. These are formal process text amendments that, when we move forward with those changes, we'll probably group several that are manageable in a meeting and process. It'll go to the planning board. So the detail of those topics will come out in the formal process of planning board and recommendation.
But these are the ones that's on radar for this year?
These are just on radar. So I just write them down throughout the day. I say, oh, that's something that needs to be looked at again. And I write down that to this list. And that's where most of these aren't even complete sentences. They're half thoughts. So, qual your expectations when you read this email. It's not anything grand.
So I guess my reason for bringing this up is so it doesn't become like the outdated comp plan. Let's go ahead and move forward and start knocking some of these out. I understand that based on what might be on the docket for February, you might not want to add any, but if it's going to be a later meeting in March, then let's see if we can plan that out so we can start ticking your list off and keeping it updated. Let's not let weeds grow.
Good, sir.
Any further discussion on 12B? C.
Sure. So department needs and recommendations. I only watched a few minutes of the meeting last night, so I'm not fully up to speed yet on the comp plan and land use plan discussions. But those were 2 to 3 big topics I had for this item C. So I don't want to waste anyone's time about rehashing anything that happened yesterday, but those were 2 big asks of the planning department for this to review, restart, revise land use plan and comp plan discussions. I don't want to take time away from that or just gloss over that either. So if there's anything else we can talk about with that, I'm happy to.
Are we gonna look at any training?
So so I've actually talked to the PTRC last week. Adam is not on that email thread. We might be aware that we're trying to get them to come do some training for a planning board. And I think that the hope is to open that up to council members, but haven't gotten that far yet in the discussion.
Do you know if that training will include what I was asking about last night? Maybe, I don't know if you saw.
What were you asking about? I don't know.
So last night we talked about when the planning department and the board and ours all when we don't align. And I was thinking about it last night.
All about why we don't align.
Yeah, why we don't align. And I was kind of picturing it as Venn diagrams. And what are we all supposed to be basing our decisions on? And that our Venn diagrams, I don't know if I was an English language arts teacher, if your Venn diagrams overlap, and do you remember Venn diagrams? Sometimes they overlap and sometimes areas they don't. So I would be interested to learn, what are we exactly supposed to be making our decisions based on? And what is the town making their decision on, and the planning board? And I'd be interested to know where those areas overlap and where they're different, and just how each of those three groups are supposed to come up with their decision.
Yes, that would be more of what we would.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I think you also mentioned, if I'm correct in my notes, referencing the policy or the ordinance, so that everyone is using the same type of.
Well, I think we usually do in the motion reference, you have to say what from the comprehensive plan you're making your decision on. That's always part of the written motion that he gives us. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, I think it's, recall correctly from last night, sometimes we're not always aligned because we're, with the staff or board or council, some are approving, some are not approving, and we're not, mine saying, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe we're not always referencing the same rules.
Right, like planning might just be looking at policy and ordinances, where we're looking at policy, ordinances,
Public
and
opinion.
public opinion.
If we're supposed, yeah. So that's part of the planning?
I
I mean, that sounds like part of, but what I said, part of the training?
Yeah.
And that's something you're working on, getting together? Awesome.
Well, I specifically talked to Jesse Day, the director, and Carter there at PTRC just Thursday morning, I think, about this training. And there has in mind a couple of hours training, and we talked a little bit about customizing that to really focus in on what you should be, council, looking at, and planning board more specifically for that discussion, in order to make land use decisions. And I'll just add one quick thing to this topic from last night. I think I was being asked what I thought we should be doing related to these long-range plans. We were specifically talking about the land use plan and the comprehensive plan. And in my attempt to be very neutral and agreeable to you, I said, in essence, this is a political decision for you to make, and that's absolutely true. But to follow up with what Tom Carruthers was telling us this morning, part of my role is to give you my managerial advice. And I want to be super clear about what that is in relation to these comprehensive plans. I think you have a land use plan that was requested by a citizen-led, appoint a citizen committee, a UDO review committee that recommended it. We spent money on that land use plan, and we got pretty far along in the process, up to the point of it's ready for the planning board's public hearing and consideration. That's a much smaller document and nut to crack, so to speak, in comparison to a more in-depth comp plan update. So as the manager, I think you should finish the work you started, and let's not waste that 60-some thousand that I think we've spent with the land use plan effort. And then as soon as that's done, I think we should have a plan already in place to hit the ground running to pursue an update of the comprehensive plan. And again, not trying to get into our debate about the land use plan and what I want to say about that specifically, though, is that you can change it. There was some sentiment last night that we stopped on that land use plan and some citizens didn't like it. That's all well and good. It's been through its formal process to this point. Hand it off to the planning board. Let them do their work. Let them give their recommendation and stay out of the way. And then when it comes to you as a council, you have your hearing. You decide how you want to change it, if that's what you want, and you make the decision. And that's what, as the manager, I'm recommending here publicly today that you consider, and that's important to us because we've got a plan for the budget around that.
So back to what I was saying, I don't want to just focus on how we make our decision. I want to fully understand how you make your decision, how the planning board makes their decision, and how we do. Because there's plenty of times I have to tell citizens, they want, well, why did they recommend that, or why? So I don't want ours to just focus on, I want to fully understand all three.
Sure. Okay. That makes sense. And as far as what Scott said, I was looking into it a little bit last night too. Of course, we didn't have a lot of time. But and I'd like to have a little more time to look into it. But you're really only required to have one, the comprehensive plan or the land use plan. And so I'd like to see, what a lot of other towns are doing. Typically a comprehensive plan could have, land use plan just sort of laid outside of it as well as part of it. But I don't see any reason, if we're not required to have two, I would think we would focus on the comprehensive plan, the one that's already in place, to make sure that it's up to date. But like I said, I know Scott veers the other way, but I don't think we're going to make any headway today on where to go with that. We should look into it. I mean, definitely not going to say Scott's wrong. I'm just going to say I'd like to look into it a little more myself, because it doesn't look like we are required to have both, and they seem to overlap each other a little bit with their uses. So if we already have one, I don't know if we would create a second one that could be possibly in conflict with the first.
Is that training going to be sooner rather than later?
I hope so. I've got a lot of schedules to coordinate with that, so I hope so. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to
That
that
would
end,
be a good point to transition if we could move our breakdown a little bit and ask Mr. Scholl if he'd come back, and if you have an opinion on that, and then you could lead us right into brainstorming and consensus building. Is that acceptable?
I think we might still be, do other people have questions for planning, and are we done with that?
I just want to say, I agree. I think we need to get the comp plan updated, and based on the discussions in the meetings with the land use plan, I don't think that it's the right directive. I know money's been spent on it. I don't want to spend any more money on it, and that's bottom line why it was tabled.
Sometimes wasting money doesn't mean that you abandon what you started. It means continuing on a bad path. I think Lynn is worried that might be a bad path.
Correct. And it was made mention last night that there are potential conflicts with the proposal with what our comp plan may end up being as we adjust it.
But you're definitely heard, Scott. I mean, we hear you. So nobody's telling you no right now.
All right. So we hear Mr. Scholl.
Well, are you finished, Brian?
well, I'd love to just take a moment to talk about code enforcement, just briefly. Because we're starting to get into that budget season, so the planning department has been one employee since September 21, and we finally got two November last year. So it's the first time since September 21 we've had two employees, and it's been, I don't want to say code enforcement has been lacking, because that's part of my job in that absence session. But it's definitely been on the back burner with all the other planning topics. And we've talked about comp plan, land use plan, de-annexation. These are all things that have been taking my time in addition to sign permits, subdivisions, rezonings. So having a second person here has just been such a help. Because I haven't even really processed DCC. I've looked at them since Daniels came on in November.
What's DCC?
DCC is a relevant clear certificate. It's your precursor to getting a building permit in Guilford County. So if you want to build a pool, you want to build a house, you want to put a shed in your yard, you have to kind of go first to get that DCC. So we have $15,000 in the budget this year for code enforcement, and that varies from zoning enforcement and public nuisance. I don't know an exact price yet, but I am going to recommend to Dee to recommend, I don't know where it goes from you, but when we talk about our budget, we'll recommend a bit more money for code enforcement.
Well, let me say what he's talking about for code enforcement. What he means is like if there is a dilapidated building that they keep trying to get somebody to clean up or tear down and they haven't done it and it's a public nuisance and it's dangerous, we have the authority as a town to tear it down and then bill the homeowner and actually put a lien on their property. So he's talking about spending money for code enforcement in that arena. Or like if somebody just repeatedly won't mow their grass, we can actually have somebody go mow their grass and send them a bill. We're allowed to do that, statutorily. And so that's what he means by a budget for code enforcement.
This does happen in some counties quite frequently.
We have a couple
One
of them.
situation here.
Do what?
There's one situation here.
There's a couple.
There's a few, and that's the thing I really want to hit home, is that there's been a few properties in Summerfield that they've been decades-long issues. We can talk about them offline if you like, the specific properties, because we're streaming. I don't want to call anybody out. But there's been a few properties that just been long-standing issues, and we've gone through the process, notice violation even with them, and there's just been no recourse or really just them taking a final step to rectify the issues.
And it's not you don't think any of them are financial issues for them?
Well, that's where I respect Daniel a lot for taking this job. That's the hardest part. And with respect to Scott and Jeff and Dee and everybody else here, I think Daniel has the hardest job in this town, because he is dealing with citizens on a daily basis that don't want him there. They don't want him walking up to their house, knocking on their door, and that's where also gets dangerous for him too. So he understands all that, and that's where it's hard, because we do have several situations where someone may not be physically able to even perform work, and that's where Daniel has that tough job of, goodness, I have to do my job of enforcing on you, but I realize you may not be physically able and therefore financially able, or vice versa, to do something.
And is that where you guys will give maybe us the opportunity to help them before we take action?
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit last year at the council retreat. Then we talked about some Boy Scouts even. I still caution against that, just for if we do that for one person and then the next person comes along and says, well, I saw you do the Boy Scouts to help them out, why can't you do that for me?
Off the record, we try to help without it being help from the town, and that way it's not setting a precedent, but we try to give people that help.
So I really do like that approach, but it's hard.
Also, though, if we're involved with cleaning it up voluntarily, aren't we liable then if somebody gets hurt on that?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
We have had people just say, oh goodness, I'm going to show up and help you clean up, and I'm not going to call out names, but we've helped people.
You saying that's okay or not okay?
Well, I'm saying I don't want to advertise, that we will do that, but we have done that.
Well, before we take drastic steps, I would like to either help them find the resources or help find some citizens who want to help them before we do something to them.
I'm just saying we can't, as a town, say, oh, okay, we're gonna, you understand what I'm saying? Like
But we could help. We could see if some of the guys at First Baptist Church want to go help that citizen.
Give them some
It
resources.
just can't be the rule of thumb for the town to take
Yeah.
the responsibility on.
Which is partly why I would like to have a little bit more budget to work with, because there are some properties in Summerfield that are too big of a job for some volunteers on weekend to do. They're going to require D.H. Griffin maybe to come up here with some large equipment, or flame mark or something, but bigger than some volunteers on the weekend, for sure. So putting that on your radar.
Are we going to charge that citizen? Then we're going to charge the citizen for it.
We're supposed to.
And can they afford? I mean, is it a financial situation?
We have some that, we send them a bill and they never paid it, and, there's nothing I can do. I'm not gonna, send out Guido to take out anybody's kneecaps.
No, I'm not saying we should. I'm saying I don't want to do that. I don't want to put anyone out of their house. I don't.
Oh, we don't put anybody out of their house, but I'm saying if I send, we have to follow the rules, and so I'll send them a bill, and I record it on the balance sheet as code enforcement revenue. That means it's still, if it's still listed as code enforcement revenue on the balance sheet, that means they haven't paid it. And there's nothing I can do if they don't pay it, and one of these days I'll write it off. But that is bills that we have sent people, and sometimes they pay it, and sometimes when they sell the house, if we have put a lien on their house, and if they sell the house, then the attorney will, give the money back to us. But if it's on the balance sheet as revenue, that means that that's a bill in the past that we've sent, in past years, code enforcement to people, and they just haven't paid it. And I don't keep hammering them about it, but.
So I guess really to summarize that, it's just, council, now that we have 2 employees in planning, those code enforcement jobs and tasks are definitely going to tick up more than they have in the past. So don't be surprised when we come to you with those situations here shortly.
And again, our code enforcement is not like, driving around and looking to see who's not mowing their grass, it's complaint driven.
So you're just making us aware that you're going to be requesting the extra in the budget. You're going to let us know what the extra amount is sometime soon.
Yes.
That was my third topic for item C. So
And Mr. Whitaker, would you mind, and you might have already done it, that might be what you sent us yesterday, I don't know. Talk about that land use plan, would you just make sure, like Heath and I have that, what you're talking about, so we can see it?
Yeah, with a caveat, that being, and all of PTRC's work during the process is all on PTRC's website for Summerfield Planning Plan. But we have it up until the final recommendation of the committee. Part of that recommendation was to change a couple maps, and we did not make those map changes yet because council had asked us to pull it back until after the de-annexation. So I can give you up to that point, but there's a little bit more to their recommendation that we've deliberately not done yet.
I just want to be able to see it. I mean, I know that there's some pushback against it. I'm kind of going on what I'm hearing because I don't think Heath or I have seen any of that. That way we can see it. And like I said, we're not saying no, not saying yes, but we'd like to see it and see what actually is the issue.
Sure.
Any other discussion on anything on item 12? Mr. Schultz?
So are we opting for a break or just jump right into this? What was the council's wishes?
Let's go.
Everybody's okay to go. We've got
All right.
45 minutes.
That doesn't mean we have Tar Heel fans in the room, does it? Once they
yeah.
start playing in about 6 minutes. It's North Carolina, so always check the end time. State and Duke play later, but we do have a Tar Heel game.
NFL starts at 3:30 or 4 too.
So what this time is devoted to, as a council, you've dealt with a lot of detailed work. I've heard a lot about municipal law and the processes with planning and town council's responsibilities versus others. So for projects and budgeting and capital improvement versus our budget expenses. My point is, all of that can kind of be lost if we don't take some time to look up from the details and connect this to a larger narrative and a larger picture. When we talk about defining goals, when we talk about actionable steps toward that, it may be helpful just to say a timeline, within the next 6 months or a year. This is a kind of a retreat you do yearly, so it kind of makes sense to say out of everything you've heard over the last 24 hours and then came to the retreat with, we really kind of owe it to yourselves to take advantage of this time and make it more effective by identifying some consensus around some goals. I mean, I'm jotting down things. I could come up with 15 or 16 different items that felt like that were discussed significantly and kind of bantered about. I don't, with this group, maybe going around the table or however you want to do it, coming up with a certain number of goals that are actionable within 6 to 12 months, because sometimes goals serve the will of the public. Well, yes, that's a goal, and that's what you obviously are concerned with doing. But what are some things that are more actionable in the next 6 to 12 months that we want to build some consensus on as a group today, and go ahead and identify how that might be carried forward, who might want to do what, and give some direction to staff as well. This is very valuable to the community, very valuable for staff to know, okay, we've got that direction, or we've got that interest among council members, so they know how to be effective in that time frame, in that 6 to 12 months. So I open it up. I know, again, we charge right into this, and I'm going to have to rely on you all to produce some of those goals, but it is, again, it's all to the point of making the best use of the time we've shared over the last little bit here, and integrating everything y'all have heard and kind of wrestled with, and all those big questions you've been bumping up against.
I'll start.
All right, ready to go.
Okay, so then kind of making a list of things we talked about. There might be some policies that we need to start, set up, revise, that type of thing. So I haven't had a chance to go through my notes to make sure I've captured everything, but please feel free to add. Let's see.
And I'm sorry, can I dig in on the policies there? We talked about many, so there's some you wanted to target specifically, whether they be planning-related policies or...
Yeah, I'm just gonna, I got a list.
Oh, that's what you're going to do. I'm sorry. I jumped ahead of you.
Well, it's very detail oriented. You're going to get a list.
Okay, all right. I should have known.
Whether you want it or not.
I'm sorry, I should have known.
Okay, let's see, one policy was we as a board decide about how we want to handle letters be putting and information be putting on town social media. So I guess a social media policy. I'm just going to keep running.
Good.
Policy as far as public records requests with staff, how that's presented on social media to make sure it's not personal opinions and it's just what we have to give as facts. Policies to strengthen our perceived conflict of interest, sorry, I abbreviated there, to have a signing of our ethics code annually so that we make sure that we, all boards and committees, just keep that in the forefront of our minds each year as we get going. An attorney review each year. A policy possibly looking at, I don't know if this is a policy or not, but...
When you say attorney review, what do you mean by that?
Like we do a manager review every year. We should
review of the... Okay.
Yeah. And then, I don't know if this is a policy or what, but we touched on, like, how we as a town want open space, we want to preserve farmland, that type of thing. How can we help do something for farmland? So it's just a good key word. I'm sorry?
I said we can buy it.
Yeah. And then, as I was starting to review, there was one other thing about updating or revisiting stub roads. And then also, I think a very major one, and Brad commented on that too, was the scenic corridor. And that's all I have on my list right now because I didn't get to go through my list.
That's just through Friday night at 6 p.m.
Well, thank you. And those do cover a range of policy areas. Some of those, maybe those last two, kind of go into the planning, whether that's a comp plan, land use plan, or some planning processes. Do we want to talk about who might lead some of those efforts among the staff, among the council, who might want to take on? We talked about social media policy, public records requests and processes around that. I think it's helpful if we kind of understand who might want to take that on.
I have one more. We talked about, this kind of goes with y'all's two thing though, as with water. We're talking about like using gray water, encouraging neighborhoods and new developments to use gray water if they're going to put in sprinkler systems and not potable water going forward. I don't know if that's a new policy or text amendment or what, but getting people to implement that and trying to preserve our potable water. So I'm going to throw that in y'all's bucket because it like works for y'all. Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah, I'm just thinking it kind of goes along with coming up with other septic ideas like you had mentioned yesterday. But I don't know who encourages developers to utilize gray water or something in different septic options. I mean,
To me, that's in the comp plan, and that's when they come in with their land use, their plan or whatever, that's where it should be, to me, when it goes through the process. Is that not right?
Well, it depends on where you want to take it. So we also have, in our in UDO, you have Article 5, General Development Standards, and Article 7, Subdivision Standards. It sounds like some of this gray water and the other items are subdivision standards. So when you have a subdivision, let's say over 50 lots or something, you mandate as a policy or in the ordinance, you do X or Y if you have this many lots. So you
would
have
that be a
to
text amendment then, is that what?
Could be text, yeah, if you put it in the ordinance, yes, yeah. Well, yeah.
I'm doing that.
So that, does that answer your question, John? How do you encourage developers to do that? You do it through either mandating or suggesting, and you can give them a density bonus if you wanted to, if they did something that.
Yeah, like, I don't think that's in our water thing. I think that's a different area.
But that's fine, I didn't know.
Yeah, wasn't sure either, so I wanted to clarify.
Agreed.
Okay.
Maybe you could advise her.
So,
I don't mind being a part of something like that, but yeah, it's
Well, if it's not y'all, then put it somewhere else, I don't know, sorry. Something down the road.
So if we group a lot of these under some policy review and suggestions, is that you then that might carry forward some of this, or again, and maybe think about it, maybe just kind of say, because again, as we got down to some of those other items that are more planning related, broadly, you all have talked about over the last day and a half, obviously your formal plans, comp plan, land use plan, we've had a recommendation from town manager who might want to, it sounded like there needed to be some deliberation and further talk. Does someone want to kind of take that on, be the lead to kind of either respond to the request or make sure that next step, and again, we're looking out 6 to 12 months, if there's someone who wants to kind of lead in bringing clarity to kind of what action the town will take.
What if some of these are just Lynn's ones and the other 4 people don't agree? Do we need to decide which ones we all want to do?
That's part of just setting goals as a council. So, yes.
You seem like you had a pretty strong feelings on that land use plan. Of course, Heath and I haven't seen anything yet. So I think Mr. Whitaker said he's going to get something to us. Do you want to, let's take charge on that one? The land use, to see whether or not we're going to do the land use or...
That's fine.
I'll work on it.
Okay.
Unless someone else wants to.
And that way you can kind of explain to us what it is. We can read it and you can explain to us what you think your issues are with it. To everybody. That way we know exactly.
Appreciate that. I think one of the bigger ones though is to figure out if what you understand. Just do we need both is the bigger question.
Yeah.
So somebody needs to tackle whether we need, the land use and the comp plan, or one or the other. So
that's what I was reading last night. I mean, from what I understand, the law, you're required only to have one. And so I don't know if, having 2, then that's 2 things we have to keep up with.
Right.
And if you change one, then you might have to take time to go back and change the other one.
Correct.
Where it might be easier just to keep one that we really take care of.
Yeah.
And we already have it, and if I understand, the statutory language says reasonably maintained, which doesn't mean you have to overhaul it, you just have to review it and update it as you go. And that may be less expensive and for us in the long run, and something for us easier to do and keep up with.
But maybe the land use plan would be very helpful with us when we have to decide about rezonings.
And I think like I said, I'll have to review it more carefully, but some comprehensive plans, they just go into real detail for land use in the comprehensive plan.
And then maybe that we kind of pull some of that language from the land use plan over to the comp plan so that we have one best document.
Like I think I pulled up Raleigh's and saw theirs, and Raleigh's is just a comprehensive plan, and as you go through it, the land use plan is embedded in the comprehensive plan. But like I said, I don't know much about it, so I hate to say too much because I don't want to mislead anybody.
You can write my name down.
So over the next 6 to 12 months, closer to 6-ish, we'd say we would like to get them up to date on the land use plan that was proposed, that was done by PTRC, and talk about
whether to do that or
whether or not to continue with it as it is, or
just incorporate it into.
Okay.
So there are two solid goals I'm hearing between policies, though there were more than two. We're kind of lumping those under policies, and then your formal comprehensive plan, land use plan, those important documents. I think that's two great ones. We discussed other things as well. So are there anything else?
Do you want to talk about any of those policies, or you just want to call them policies for now and move along?
I think we've listed them, and what I typically do after a retreat like this is type it all up and kind of say, okay, here's kind of what we came away with. Town manager, council, do you agree? So if I leave off, I wrote everything down and then was talking about with the different policies. I left one off, plug it right in. You had 6, in addition to 2 other that went into more planning as far as the Stubbs Road, scenic corridor, gray water. So you can review what I write down.
The other goal I heard was keep working on Texas, cleaning the UDO up.
Yeah. Does that fall under Brad? He'll just lead us.
Yeah.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. Sorry.
Just making sure.
Brad goes beside that.
Like he volunteered again, voluntold.
Cleaning up the UDO, okay.
Will you tell me how that goes?
I will point out, as we went through the 12 priority areas in the existing comprehensive plan, there was discussion and some themes in that. I know we talked about that last night. One example, linkages between neighborhoods or from neighborhoods to amenities, or just linkages in general. That was something that was a big emphasis in the comp plan, and maybe going about defining what that means in 2024 versus the year that comp plan was approved. That's just an example of some of the notes I took. I don't know if that's worthy of discussion or a goal to kind of define.
But wouldn't that be cleared up once the decision, I keep going back to it, but once the decision is made on the comp plan and land use?
It is. That's
then
true.
that would be cleaned up with that. So to me, that's.
We wait until we
That's
decide what we're
yeah,
going, which direction we're going to take.
Yeah, and sorry, again, that's where I'm 6 to 12 months versus a process for deciding, and then whenever it is, a land use plan or comp plan process starts, you're looking at 12, 18 months of work and public meetings. So that's an important difference to note. But what might, out of that discussion of those 12 priority areas, was there anything that could be taken action on in the next 6 to 12 months, or something to further define as you get into the planning process? I threw out the neighborhood linkages. There could be other things within that. Those hours we spent last night kind of talking about the different issues. We talked about defining limited services government compared to what that meant in 2009 or whatever year it was. Things like that. So that's offering it up for discussion. That is all.
Janelle, you seem to be awfully interested in had a lot to say about the social media policies. Do you want to take and hit up something about creating some kind of policy for us to follow?
I don't know if we need a policy, or if we could somehow just agree to keep everyone in the loop and include everyone. But if we can't just trust everyone to include everyone, then maybe we need a policy. I do wonder.
I feel we need a policy.
Okay. And I think that's actually really important, because that I think if the way we phrase it and say things might sound like we don't. You said you have to trust everybody. It might sound like we don't, when that's not the case. The policies are set there so everybody's on the same page of how to operate, and that way you don't have anybody butting heads and someone thinking that, hey, I can do this, why can't I do it, or why I can't do that. You're doing it.
It's a guiding principle that we can all follow, and we have to make sure we stay on it.
Can I ask a clarifying question about that though? Because you said social media, public records, request opinions. And so since I do most of the public.
I said that?
Yeah.
What?
You did.
Expand what you're talking about.
Yeah, because since I do most of the public records requests, I'm like, have I put my opinion in a public records? I don't know what you mean by us not putting our opinion in public records requests.
Remind me of the
question.
Tell me,
should we?
Well, I think the public records request policy so far. Tell me where I'm losing it here. I think it goes to Sarah, right? The clerk, public records request.
The public records request mostly comes to Sarah, yes.
Yeah, you could give it to anyone. They mostly just, in all towns, go to the clerk.
I mean, but isn't that what our policy says?
I can't quote it. I don't.
We have a 2018 policy. I think that's what it says.
I
is
think
that-
at the bottom of the form it says goes to the clerk.
Yeah.
But they can do any of it. I get directly public records requests from the community and from corporations too. But I always copy Sarah in because she's legally the keeper of the records. As far as, so, yeah. But I do get directly public records requests. There's that one, like Open the Books that always sends me a public records request. The majority of my public records requests are from one person. And so that always comes into Sarah and she gives it to me. And then when I fill it, I copy her in. But I want to make sure I don't know, I want to make sure I'm not doing something wrong whenever you say your opinion.
Are public record requests supposed to be asking for documents that are already?
Information.
Oh,
No, I don't think so. It's not an information request, it's a request for a public record. There are two different things.
That's right.
Yeah, if you can't just say, hey, tell me all of these things and that's have to create a list, that's not the way it works.
That's right.
We can ask for clarification on, well, which records are you looking for, maybe give them a little guidance.
That's right.
But we don't create a record.
But if I have a record, and I have in the past created records for some people because
Well, and that's, if
and I
I
don't
may
really
interrupt,
want-
I wrote this down exactly
No,
what
that was
he
years
said.
ago.
He says, no obligation is to create a record request that doesn't exist.
That's right. And so I would spend hours putting together information.
It doesn't exist.
That's right. And so, but I wanted to stop being hammered. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and do it. And then I said, okay, the law doesn't require me to do that, so I don't do it anymore. I just pull the record and I send it the way it is, and it is what it is. But, so I don't give a document that I don't have. I don't create a document that I don't have. But I also, like I got a public records request for this week wanting to know what other places does Sebastian King represent. And I just responded back and said that is not a public record of the town of Summerfield. So I'm not obligated to go looking for information that I don't have. That's not a public record.
I'll add to that too, and I think you briefly just said it, is legally, if there's not a document, we just talked about, we don't have to get it. We also don't answer questions. If someone puts in a public records request as a form of question or a series of questions, like legally that is not a public records request.
Not that I would
You can't produce a
but
hard
that's what we're saying,
copy of
maybe we
something.
don't want you to.
Yeah.
We only want you to provide a public document if there is one.
Because when you speak, you might be speaking on behalf of the town in a way that maybe the town doesn't necessarily agree with.
Which
So-
goes right back to the overall heading of the topic is a social media policy in relation to public records. I know we
Or I think
have
it's
something,
general
but I think
social
we
media
need to.
policy and to amend the public
I
record.
guess I'm
Yes.
just wondering what public records I put on social media. But anyway.
Nothing, those are
I got it
not,
right there. I don't think I have.
I'm not combining the, I
Oh,
didn't
okay.
need to, for those to be
Okay, all
combined.
right, I was really confused.
It's how it went on Summerfield Strong.
Maybe
And
that
it was
other-
referred to in the paper that opinions were posted.
Yeah, I can't recall all the language, but I know what you're talking about.
I was trying to find the.
So maybe someone took your answer, your answer to the PRR and put it on social media.
I can't control.
Right, I know. But as long as we're making sure you're only giving documents and not a narrative.
Yeah, no, you can control, you can control that, just the release of documents and not the narrative, yeah.
I'm going to add one quick thing to that. So the reason, yes, there is a policy and there's a clear distinction between what's a record and what's not. But keep in mind that instead of this being fully black and white, we are public servants and citizens come to us, sometimes council members, citizens come to us, and they want to talk about a topic. And in the course of that conversation, sometimes, and we are here to be helpful to the public, so sometimes we will give them that formal record, but yes, we will and we do on a regular basis provide additional content to citizens to educate them when they're asking us questions. So sometimes that information gets out there and gets provided, and we're not going to always say, Mr. Citizen, you asked for the document and that's all you're getting, because if I know the answer to something in the interest of transparency that's important to us, we want to share. We want to be open with our government. So sometimes that's why it's not always so black and white.
And I think Scott's point is taken too. I understand, that's a balancing test with
It
everything.
is. If somebody asks me questions about what do these numbers mean, I do answer, I want the public to understand what is included and I think they deserve to know that, like, you know, what do these numbers mean, what's included in that budget line, and I do answer those questions.
And I haven't really had time myself to really take a deep dive into what all the contention was about, but I do think probably since there was a lot of tension there, we figure out exactly what it is that we're trying to ask.
Yeah, I just
and
need to
discuss a little
understand
more
why
to make sure we.
Why we fill in the public
That's why I said I don't want anybody. You know, I think that's why we need to formalize anything we say, really, so there's nothing's misrepresented or makes anybody feel like they did something wrong, but rather just to explain the positions a little more.
If you want to partner with that, I'd be happy to.
Okay.
And like Scott said, though, you're going to have to give leeway because people do expect to be able to have open dialogue.
And they're
with their
entitled to
town.
that, yeah.
So,
But that's also really,
I understand, but it's about
especially for answering things on social media as the town of Summerfield.
Yeah, I understand. It's a balancing act.
Yeah.
You just have to keep it in mind.
All right, I will work on social media policy and looking at the PR policy again and seeing if we need to revise anything.
What do you think about that, Mr. Doggett?
Sounds good to me.
If I can offer up, we've got 12 minutes as far as our official, not that we have to stick to all that, I'm just saying, getting close to 2:30. Some areas I heard during the last day and a half that could potentially have some goals behind them or some action needed in 6 to 12 months. I'm just going to throw 3 of these out, see if it's something council wants to discuss. We talked about lobbying efforts and some of the negotiations therein. We talked about upcoming trainings and also potential investments or how to look at code enforcement actions or just how that works in Summerfield, how it could work. Within those 3 areas, is there anything that emerges as maybe a goal or some actions to be taken in the next 6 to 12 months, and who should lead those? Is there a council member looking to do that? Is that staff? Is that your manager, planning manager?
Right? You're going to plan that?
Yeah.
What was the 3?
Sorry, I was just mentioning the discussion of investments in code enforcement, the upcoming trainings for council members and planning processes and maybe planning board too, I was a little unsure, and lobbying efforts, just how the...
I think John's taking the role on the lobbyist, and that we're going to move on that pretty quick.
And is that something everybody is on board with me doing? I know we already talked about me with talking with Sebastian, but if, checking the other channels as well and seeing
Yes.
okay.
And I think the training, I think we've been talking about that, Brad is aware of it. And I'm hoping even that the comp plan we were talking about will also really incorporate land use into that. I think that will help in the whole endeavor.
Oh, and before I forget it, the last thing with the social media, sorry to come behind on it, but wouldn't hurt for you, certainly we're not the first municipality to grapple with how to deal with social media and who takes charge of it. Reach out to other municipalities and see what their policies are.
And if I can just urge to take advantage of the resources you have at your disposal, whether it be your staff or staff networks. I've found in my time in local government, that is really handy. Or as a great example of reaching out to other municipalities, and there's a network among staff. There's our planning listserv across the state, where an email can produce answers very quickly. So yes, there's tons of ways to kind of reach out, look around at similar cases, case studies. Really do take advantage of that expertise you have.
I was definitely going to and not going to try to write my own.
So this is shaping up to be about 4 or 5 identifiable goals, and folks kind of identified to take those on. Like I said, I'll share that in writing with everyone. I don't want to leave anything out, but I know we've had a long day and a half here with the big questions of Summerfield. So opening the floor for any further discussion, any further actions you would want needed. or you would want to see that happen, and important topics.
Is your email matter of public record?
I am a local government employee, even though I work for a regional council of government, so yes, just like every other public servant. Okay, I'm hearing nothing else. Thank you for your time. I'll leave it to either the mayor or Scott to close us out for the day, but I appreciate y'all letting me chime in and participate and kind of be part of this process.
Well, I want to say thank you very much for all your help. Great job. I really do appreciate you being here. I want to say a very special word of appreciation to our staff, to Brad and Sarah, the wonderful job you do of taking down our most explicit motions and wording them even better than we do sometimes. Dee, for all your constant financial reporting, those Excel sheets that we love studying in the wee hours. Jeff, Cheryl, great presentation. Appreciate you guys very much, and all the folks, all the temp guys that help you, Rick, everybody. And Scott, thank you for doing a great job of receiving all of this input and putting it into a format and delivering today. Anyone have anything else I'd like to say, add?
Thank you for presiding over the meeting. I think you did a good job.
May I make a motion that we adjourn?
Have a motion and a second. Further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, and it is unanimous.
I'm going to tell you a story of your sprinkling systems. I'm going to tell you a story. I was on the airplane, so she said, I said, I would love it, your sprinkling systems.